Actually live. You can actually hear me and all that jazz. Give me 1 second to test it out. Starting our next 24-hour live stream. Now, this live stream is going to be a little bit different than our usual streams. A little bit. It is working. All right. The reason being, we're not going to do a full 24 hours straight. Rather, I'm going to be doing off and on, alternating. I'm going to do 5 hours, 5 hours on. Then I'm going to take a 2-hour break. Then I'm going to do another 5 hours on, which will take us to 12, do another 2 hours off, another 5 hours on, 2 hours, and finish it up. So basically, I'm going to be going for 5 hours at a time with a couple hour breaks throughout. We got the hearts going. We are, meanwhile, on the road to 3,100 subs to 4,000 watch hours in the last 12 months, which is necessary to get the advertisement revenues. And then we are also well on the road to 10,000 total lifetime hours of watch time. No worries, Smokey. I just appreciate being here at all. So, if we can get 11 subscribers, probably need a couple hundred watch time hours for the 4,000. And honestly, I think we're like 60 hours away from getting 10,000 lifetime watch hours, which would be really cool as well. The whole point is, because we're at 9.9, we are well on the way to having a really great 2025. Let's see if we can finish the year off strong. But for now, let's wait it out. The first hour, as you know, I usually just hang out, wait to see who joins, and wait to see who wants to chat about Freemasonry and any thoughts they have. Then I'm going to switch over and start talking about my main topics. Today's topic, the first one for the first 5 hour stretch, is going to be going over my trip to Bogotá, Colombia. How much I enjoyed it, the really fun things that I did, and some lessons I took from that trip when it comes to Freemasonry. But let's give it a bit of time. Let's see who joins. Please hit like, please hit subscribe. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Hello, Linking Atlas. Hello, Smokey. By the way, Smokey and I will be doing a live stream on the 29th of December on his stream. He's going to send me the link, I believe. Dad, how's it going? Love ya. You should be getting your Christmas gift tomorrow, I do believe. Tomorrow's Monday, the 22nd. You should be getting your Christmas gift and your gift for being a patron as well. By the way, don't forget, if you want to help out and support, help a brother out, you can become a Patreon member, a YouTube channel member, do a 99-cent super chat, or share the stream, or you can even get a Medium membership and follow my written work. Hello, North Star. Thank you for being here. Hello, Louise the Edge. I'm going to call you that. Howdy, howdy to you as well. I am a scary fella, more watches. I try not to be because I think I'm a nice guy, but I suppose I can be a little bit scary. Nonetheless, more watches. Thank you for being here. I'm looking for more likes and more subscribes. So there you go. Where am I from? Souls? I am from Canada, born in Winnipeg, live in Windsor, Ontario. Souls, please hit like and subscribe. Matteo, would it make a difference if I was? I'm a Freemason. That's what matters. And Freemason welcomes men of all different faiths, ethnicities, backgrounds, Jewish, Christian, Muslim, whatever it might be. Thank you, souls, and thank you for being here. Box decab, Corinthians 13:13. No worries, Matteo, but I always say, because people have asked me that on the stream before, or different versions of that. They've either asked about my religion, or asked about my ethnicity, or asked about this or that. I always say with Freemasonry, it doesn't matter. The beautiful thing about Freemasonry is it welcomes men of all different faiths and all different beliefs and all different backgrounds. I am cat guy. I am cat guy as well. I have a cat also. Um, my cat's name is Bandit. What is Freemasonry? Asks ED3669. Freemasonry is a social club, a social group, oftentimes thought of as a fraternity, though there is also a women's, women are also Freemasons, a part of the craft. That dates about 300 years, a little bit over that. The formation of the first Grand Lodge took place June 24th, 1717. So basically a 300 and something year old social club, civic organization, or fraternity. Um, well, I'm very happy to say we do not have that issue here in Windsor. It's actually a beautiful day today. There's no snow on the ground. It's pretty warm considering it's December. So, very sorry, Dad. We're doing pretty well here in Windsor compared to you guys. Um, uh, I can't pronounce that name. I'm just gonna say Guh or Gainel. I don't know how to pronounce it. Yes, I see you. I think I remember you. I don't know for sure, but it's great to have you back. Um, all right. I think Richard Attenborough is going to be put on a little bit of a timeout for a bit. There we go. From which right of free backsill? Because unfortunately, backsill trolls are part of being on YouTube, and you can't always get rid of them. But I put him in timeout. Hopefully, he goes away. Sometimes people just get bored. From which right of Freemasonry are you? Um, so, Matteo, I'm going to get to your question in just one sec. Do you know what nihilism is? I do. If yes, do you think it stands right? I do not think nihilism is right, though I understand why it's attractive and I think there's some value in it. I would say absurdism is a far better philosophy than nihilism, even though the two are, even though the two of them are connected. I would suggest if you are going down that path, absurdism is a far better approach than nihilism. From what right of Freemasonry are you? So, Matteo, there's a couple of different ways to answer that question because I'm not sure precisely what you mean. If by right you mean appendant bodies, or if by right you mean the type of ritual like AF, which we practice. I am emulation ritual, right? My lodge originally came from the United Grand Lodge of England, so we practice emulation ritual. I did join Scottish Rite as an appendant body. Not that I have anything against York Rite. Maybe one day I'll join that as well. Who knows? Type of ritual, emulation ritual. Although, I've visited the States a lot, and part of visiting the States a lot is I've had the chance to see a lot of Preston Webb or York ritual as well. Merry Christmas, KK Funny. Thank you for that. Merry Christmas to you as well. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe. GD or G Doggy 67. Thank you for that. Freemasonry is not exclusively. Freemasonry is not a religion. We have many Freemasons who believe in Jesus. We have many Freemasons who are Christian. You seem like a nice guy. I try to be a nice guy. I don't know if I always succeed or not, but I do try my best. It's fun to do these streams and meet people and talk to people. It's a very enjoyable experience. Souls, why not nihilism? Well, because I think nihilism, if it's not coupled with absurdism, I'm not sure how you can exist with this kind of idea of purposelessness and not develop a level of despondency or depression or sadness or pick your term, right? Absurdism, it allows you to look at the seeming purposelessness of life and still find a level of joy or comfort, right? The old, we must imagine Sisyphus happy approach. You do not fluoride fountain. I mean, I know gay Freemasons, but that's because Freemasonry does not discriminate. You do not have, Freemasonry is not about sexual orientation, straight, gay, or anything in between. Um, the new tattoo is doing well. It's healing up nicely. Every year, it's been about 9 years, me and my friends were talking about it because every year we go and get tattoos together. So it's crazy to think it's been about 9 years since I got my very first tattoo. Um, and yeah, I don't know if you guys can, I shouldn't have worn this long sleeve shirt. It's going to be hard to show it off. It's hard to see. It's kind of this here. It's connected through to this tattoo. It's a footpath leading to the entrance of King Solomon's temple. If you know, you know. Yes, tribe. That's a very good way to put it. Now, Freemasonry is not a religion or a belief structure itself, but rather it has rituals and ceremonies that help create bonds of brotherhood through shared experience. And those are absolutely a blend of different beliefs and religions. A lot of people will point out, sometimes for anti-Semitic reasons, but that's for a different story, will point out that Freemasonry borrowed a lot from Judaism, which it did. However, it also borrowed a lot from Christianity, from the Muslim faith, from Stoic philosophy, from Egyptian mysticism, but primarily what it borrowed from in terms of symbolism is stone masonry and the tools and structures and training that a stonemason will go through, while a stonemason builds things through, builds things practically with stone. We in Freemasonry build things metaphorically. Well, happy birthday. And that is not the case, North Star. Freemasons don't know anybody's deepest, darkest secrets. Unless you're comfortable with, unless you are a Freemason and you decide to share secrets with another brother, which so long as you're not sharing anything illegal or criminal, the brother will keep as a bond of brotherhood. Having said that, just because, you tell a Mason a secret doesn't automatically mean he's required to maintain it. If the secret is something criminal in nature, you ask a brother to hide a body, the Mason is responsible for informing the police immediately. Because we as Freemasons are community members and citizens first. Do I believe in God? I believe in a supreme being, as all Freemasons are required to. However, the nature of that supreme being is up to the individual Mason. Yeah, I mean, fluoride found, that's always been my opinion. The purpose of ritual as initially developed, millennia ago. This goes back to even argue the Neanderthals. The purpose of ritual is to create bonds through shared experiences, community bonds, familial bonds, religious bonds, civic bonds. It's all about creating bonds of connection through connections through shared experiences. And in Freemasonry, it's creating a bond through the shared experience of our ritual with past, present, and future generations. That's how you say it in France, Frank Mason. California Freemasons must be different. I mean, I've been to many lodges in California. They are obviously press and web ritual, which is a little bit different from my ritual. Having said that, I loved it. I love California Freemasons. I've been to Los Angeles and San Francisco. They were both incredible. Both absolutely wonderful, beautiful cities. Loved the Masons there. Loved the Masonic history. The Masonic history in Los Angeles, people don't realize it. It's actually really, really incredible. And really cool. Avin, would it matter if I was gay or wasn't gay? Freemasonry doesn't discriminate based on sexual orientation. Are you happy in Freemasonry? Yes, I can leave whenever I want, and anybody can. Freemasonry is not a cult. People come and go all the time. When you leave, it's called taking a demit, usually. Or you can just choose to stop paying your dues and stop communicating with the lodge. which happens, in which case you will be suspended. Stephen Shear, well, I'm a Freemason and I don't suck. At least I don't like to think I don't suck, although I leave that up to you to decide. Yes, hit the like button. We're at 8 or 7 likes. We should get a few more. And yes, I know the Oddfellows, an excellent civic group as well. Can you explain how a Mason? I have no idea, Cotton, what dysgenic means, though it sounds like a concerning statement. Freemasonry is for everybody. It's not simply for white people or for Jewish people it's for everybody. I've been lucky enough to sit in Masonic lodges with white people, with Europeans, with white, black, Asian, with indigenous people, with young, old, different languages, different cultures, different beliefs, different religions, different occupations. Freemasonry welcomes men of all different backgrounds, faiths, beliefs, ethnicities, religions, languages. That is one of its greatest strengths. In my opinion, that might even be its greatest strength. Parth, atheist philosophy. I don't think any philosophy is totally useless. Parth Sharma. I think that's kind of a silly thing to say. I think there's a lot of valuable perspectives across all the different spectrums of beliefs, be they religious or otherwise. I mean, Oddfellows, it's not something I know a ton about because I'm not an Oddfellow myself. Oddfellows came after Freemasons, but they did borrow a lot of kind of ritual structure from Freemasonry. But that's, there's no issue with that because Freemasonry borrowed a lot of structure from other groups that existed before it and ideas and philosophies. Everything is borrowing from everything else. So, welcome, CD. Thank you for being here. 7734, I think so. I got so many people coming through the stream, I don't remember everybody. But if you are back, welcome back. Thank you for being here. Dysgenic means ugly and not desired. I know I'm ugly, but that's just... Freemasonry also does not discriminate against ugly people, and thank heavens, because I'm one ugly motherfucker. So if Freemasonry did discriminate against ugly people, I would be screwed. Backsil, that is a great question. I've asked that question before. Nobody knows because it's never come up. Most Masons would say no. Honestly, I don't see why. There's a lot of questions and issues surrounding how that would work, what that would look like, but I'm not going to automatically say no. But that's me personally. I don't know how you'd work out the details. There'd be a lot of, let's say, challenging details to figure out in having an artificial intelligence join Freemasonry. What is the focus of Freemasonry? So the focus of Freemasonry ultimately is, at its core, the same focus of any other group or organization. It is the desire to it is about fulfilling the human desire to belong to something bigger than oneself, to belong to a group, to belong to an organization. That's what human beings want. We want to be part of something bigger than ourselves, right? And that's why Freemasonry formed over 300 years ago. People saw stone masonry guilds. They saw that they were a group of guys who were supportive of each other, and they wanted to join, to be a part of it. Not for any purpose outside of being part of a group and some of the benefits that you get from being part of a group, a social safety net, friendship, brotherhood. Asking what the point of Freemasonry is kind of like asking what the point of a boys' night out is, right? It's human desire for connection, for belonging. Within a typical meeting, we either are discussing the administrative tasks necessary to maintain a Masonic lodge, or we are performing our ceremonies as a way to bring us closer together and bring new people, or at least develop shared connections, and to bring new people into the craft. I don't worship the Talmud. And if I'm a dog, then so be it. But Freemasonry is not a religion. We don't worship a book per se. Every Freemason will have his own volume of the sacred law. Thank you, YouTube Stabworthy. I'm pretty ugly. I've grown to accept it. I have to accept it based on YouTube and what the YouTube comments are. We do sometimes MT. I mean, not as part of an official meeting per se, but Masonic lodges will absolutely organize board games. They'll organize um, like board game nights. Maybe they'll do a poker night somewhere. Um, if it's allowed in the jurisdiction, they'll have dinners. They'll have movie nights. You can organize social functions and social events of all sorts. I don't know if I've ever heard off the top of my head of a Masonic Lodge organizing a board game night, but it wouldn't shock me if they did one. I think actually I did once hear of a brother who wanted to organize one. Whether he did or not, I can't say, but it'd be a good idea to try. You're not ugly, just a bit interesting. Well, thank you, Max. And if you're not a subscriber, please subscribe. We are 7 subs away from 3,100 subscribers. Does my compass point true north? So in Freemasonry, when we use the term compass, we're actually usually referring to compasses, which is the things that you use to make like a circle, right? Like that's the pencil, that's the point, and then you rotate, make a circle. We call it actually compasses. I called my channel Square and Compass because I wanted to make it clear that I was speaking exclusively for myself and not for any Grand Lodge. So it's almost like my opinions are outside of the official compass or the official parameters of the compass as recognized by the Grand Lodges. I do not do bricklaying because I can't build anything, but Freemasonry evolved from stonemasonry, and stonemasonry, that's what they do. They're masons. They work with stone and brick. Well, if I had to pick one souls, I would follow absurdism. I don't think I follow per se, but that's the one I would follow. Thank you. Well, I'll take it, Bax. I appreciate that very much. It's very kind of you. Thank you, Ali, for subscribing. Unfortunately, Ali, if you're going to be on YouTube, you have to accept the fact that some people are going to be jerks. That's just the nature of being on YouTube. That's the nature of being on social media. It's not a cult, Jamie's. He asked why I'm in a cult. Freemasonry is not a cult. There are many differences between Freemasonry and a cult. The major one is a cult will attempt to separate you from your friends, from your family, from your work, and create your entire life around the cult. Freemasonry actually expects you to put your family and your work ahead of it, right? That's just one of the many ways it's not a cult. Oh, I think absolutely, Tribe. I think stonemasonry dates back even further than that. I wrote about this on my Medium account. I think stonemasonry, you could argue, dates back millions of years to a time even before human beings existed. And I don't mean aliens or anything like that. I'm referencing our ancient ancestors, Australopithecus afarensis, and our other African hominid evolutionary ancestors who were crafting tools out of stone thousands, millions of years before human beings first showed up. So I think stonemasonry goes back incredibly far. You could argue that the history of humanity is intertwined with the history of stone. It was stone tools that allowed humans or our human ancestors to expand their diets, to get more protein, which then allowed them to continue evolution. So when Freemasonry talks about how, important stone is in a metaphorical sense, I think you could argue in many ways it's talking about how important stone is to humanity, or the single most important thing in human evolution, which was the development of stone tools and stone masonry. MT, Freemasons are good people. I try to be good people, and I think most Freemasons try to be good people. Obviously, I think it's important to keep in mind Freemasons are people, which means there exists within Freemasonry both all of the good and all of the bad that comes with being a human or being a people, being a person, if you will. However, I truly believe that if we within Freemasonry are following the philosophy and the rules or the ideals behind Freemasonry, it will trend us toward being good people. I have never eaten a banana in the shower, but I'm going to try it now. Okay, awesome, Howard Klinger. I think you mentioned that before. Welcome back, by the way. Many people joined Freemasonry in the 1950s. Um, Freemasonry was actually incredibly popular in the 50s and the 20s. Those are the two time periods when Freemasonry had kind of the most substantial growth. I'm not sure, Evelyn, what Maddox means. When you say many politicians are Maddox, starting with George Washington, I do not know what that means. George Washington was a Freemason. Swagger, they adopted a lot of different teachings. Anybody who says Freemasonry, it was, Freemasonry is from a particular source is incorrect. Freemasonry, when developing its rituals and its ideas and its development, borrowed, adopted, stole, repurposed the teachings and the ideas and the philosophies of many different groups and many different organizations and many different teachings. Egyptian mysticism was simply one of many. I remember in elementary school first learning that the founders were Freemasons. Ali, I would so not to knock your teachings in school, but I would disagree with that a little bit in the sense that some of the founders were Freemasons. But the key word is some of the founding fathers. I believe it's approximately 9 to 11 of the original founders of the United States were Freemasons, which is that, it's not even half the total. So I think you need to keep that in mind. Having said that, some were. There's no doubt, and I've said this before, that Freemasonry was an influence on the development of many countries, including but not limited to the United States, Canada, Italy, the Philippines. However, it was an influence. It was not the exclusive influence, and probably wasn't even the most important influence. But yeah, in terms of the founding fathers, 9 to 11 of the original founding fathers were Freemasons or thereabouts. Oh, okay. Well, then yes, he was a Freemason. And he was pretty famous actually for being relatively active as a Freemason, even while president. He would, while traveling for Masonic functions, actually take the time to visit Masonic lodges and answer Masonic correspondence. 13 of the 39 framers of the Constitution were Freemasons. Is that how many were? How many framers? So yeah, 13 of 39 Constitution signers, 9 of 56 Declaration of Independence signers. Okay, I'm not American, so I always get the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution confused. But yeah, 13 out of 39, 9 out of 56. So what, about 33%, less than that? Soviet, hello, thank you for being here. Upper class, secret societies began with a lot of different things. I wouldn't even say Babylonian. I would say Freemasonry borrowed more heavily from Egyptian mystery schools than anything else. There are some upper class Freemasons, but Freemasonry is not dependent on the upper classes, quote unquote. There are Masons who are upper class, lower class, middle class, and every class in between. I don't think so, MT, that Albert Einstein was a Freemason. If he was, I've never heard of that. And I don't believe that. It would have been actually dangerous for him to be a Freemason because he's not German though, right? Or was he? He was Austrian. No, he was born in Germany. That's right. He was born in Germany. Freemasonry was actually was outlawed by in the Nazi Party and Hitler. So for him to be a Freemason could have been dangerous, but I don't believe he was. What's wrong with being a time traveler or being Jewish, Michael? Both of those seem fine to me. I don't understand why Freemasonry is still relevant today. Very with the jokes, Hannibal. We're still trying to free Mason. It's been 300 years and Mason still is not free, you know? And Gain Schillis, that is not true either. Well, in that case, fair enough, Michael. I think Einstein proved time travel is impossible by showing you can't travel faster than the speed of light, right? Actually, one of my tattoos, you can't see it because I've got my long sleeve shirt on, but one of my tattoos is the the special theory of relativity, the time dilation equation, because I love that equation. I think it's beautiful. I think special relativity and his work, I can't even think of the title of it now, about the special theory of relativity. One of the greatest works in the history of physics. And people do not know this, but it's kind of funny. He actually did not win the Nobel Prize for his work on special relativity. He won the Nobel Prize for his work on the photoelectric effect, if I recall correctly. Well, Gain Schillis, I'm sorry to hear that. Freemasons are human beings. We have, unfortunately, good and bad Masons, as there are good and bad everything. However, if you are following the philosophies of Freemasonry, you're going to be a good person, I think, or will trend you towards being good. I think that's a really important thing to keep in mind is that no organization, so long as organizations are made of people, then there's going to be positives and negatives because people are human and they make mistakes, they mess up. But I'd say it's better than the alternative, I suppose, of having organizations of robots or something like that. What is the difference between, well, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers are families, correct? I've never heard of that story, Gain, because I've never heard of a lodge children. I have no idea what that refers to. I think the stories that you're seeing are social media nonsense because someone has fallen into conspiracy theories. Yes, I saw that. Should have been me. Should have been me, but hey, that's okay. It's possible that, if I recall correctly, some of the Rockefellers were Freemasons. I don't know which ones. I think I read that somewhere. But the latter two are families. They're family names. Freemasonry is an organization. So it's different in that. It's like saying, what's the difference between the Freemasons and the Adamsons? Well, the Adamsons, it's a family. It's my family. Some of us are Freemasons. Some of us aren't. But that's different than Freemasonry as an organization. What do you think about racism? I think the same thing that every Freemason should think about racism, which is that it's wrong. And being a racist is not okay. It's never okay, but it's especially not okay in 2025. I don't think you're making things up, Gain Schillis. I think you're just wrong. And I think you're wrong because you may be leading not the greatest of lives, at least at an emotional level. And you're looking for conspiracy nonsense as a way to, bring you some peace and comfort. Because for whatever reason, when human beings are struggling, they tend to retreat into conspiracy and silliness as a way to distract them from whatever problems exist within their own life. Cricket. It is not a secret organization because here I am talking all about it and sharing my experiences with it. I'm going to talk about my trip to um, going to talk about my trip to Bogotá, Colombia very soon. If it was a secret organization, could I actually talk about could I be talking about it pretty much every day? So that is definitely not the case, Swagger. There are no hierarchical bloodlines within Freemasonry. There, bloodline is not a thing within Freemasonry. I've known Freemasons who've joined, who had, several generations of Masons in their family. And I've known Masons who've joined and were the first of their family to join. Both, is welcome. Both is wonderful. Both have their benefits and their drawbacks. I have no idea if the Rockefellers are hurting themselves. I have no idea what that refers to. You do? I would not be smart enough to be an astronaut. If I were sent up into space, I would no doubt crash the rocket ship. So thank God they're not putting me up there. Interestingly enough, though, the second man ever to set foot on the moon, Buzz Aldrin, was himself a Freemason. Freemason of Colorado and Texas. What's my degree as a Mason? I got a big head, Gain. That's true. I am the degree that matters, which is a third degree Master Mason, but I'm also 18th degree Scottish Rite. What's the difference between 1 and 33? So, stalkers, the better way to ask that question is, what's the difference between between the degrees 1 to 3, the first, second, and third degree, and then the fourth degree to the 33rd? The first 2 degrees are your craft degrees. Those are the degrees that truly matter. If you got rid of the first 3 degrees, Freemasonry would cease to exist. It's the foundation upon which everything else rests. The 4th degree to the 33rd degree, that is referencing primarily Scottish Rite Freemasonry. That's an appendant body of Freemasonry. Scottish Rite is an incredibly important part of the craft. It's an incredibly important part of Freemasonry. However, it's an appendant body, which means if you were to remove them, Freemasonry would continue to exist. But they're like extra. It's almost a way to think about it as like an extra certification, or like an addition. It's kind of like if you graduate high school. Once you graduate high school, you graduated. You're no different than anybody else who's graduated. That's like your 3rd degree. But then, some will go on to college, some will go on to university, some will go on to trade school. That's like going past your 3rd degree. It doesn't make you, more or less of a high school graduate than anybody else. It just gives you a different set of perspectives on the craft and on Freemasonry. Yes, Morpho, you can join if you are a homosexual. I've known several, I've known 3, 4 gay Freemasons. Great dudes, great people, great parts of the craft. I don't think we should be boycotting Freemasonry. I love being a Freemason, Unen, so let's not boycott it. I am not a Shriner, Evelyn. What does Freemasonry do to help society? It's not a dumb question, but really there is no difference. Those terms get thrown around so much. It's for the purposes of this stream, I always say don't think about the difference between Red Lodge and Blue Lodge, because what you want to think about is oftentimes Blue Lodge. Another term for Blue Lodge is Craft Lodge. Really, it refers to the first 3 degrees. It's like your Craft Lodge. After that, Red Lodge. I've heard some people refer to Red Lodge as York Rite, some as Scottish Rite. Really, what matters is Craft Lodge and then appendant bodies. So, it's better not to think about it in those terms because you'll drive yourself. They don't really mean anything. It was just invented. I think it was invented by a Freemason in the 90s to make Freemasonry sound cooler or something. I don't know. But primarily the best way to think about it is your Craft Lodge and then your pendant bodies. CD, thank you for being here. It's wonderful to have you as always. I will see you later. We are well on our way to 3,100 subs. I'm 6 subs away, as well as 10,000 lifetime watch hours and 4,000 watch hours in the last 12 months. Well, luckily, there is no hazing in Freemasonry, so that's not an issue. Somebody asked above, where was it? What does Freemasonry do to help society? Which is a great question. There's a lot of things that Freemasonry does to help society. The most obvious one, the one that we think of, like the one that almost every Mason's mind will go to first, is the charitable efforts. And if you want to learn more about just one example of the great charitable efforts that Freemasonry does for communities, check out the Masonic Charities Foundation. You can actually apply for and get their newsletter completely free. They've given millions of pounds, which is, double that in dollars, if I recall correctly. I forget how the exchange rate works, but they've given millions and millions of dollars to charities that help young people, old people, community members, and everything in between. A few months ago, when I visited London, I got the chance to visit the Masonic Charities Foundation offices, at Freemasons Hall. I got their reports. It was absolutely incredible. The Masonic Charities Foundation deserves all the credit in the world. That's out of UGLE, but there are many Masonic charitable foundations around the world, or Masons giving to charity. I mean, just recently when you had the floods in Texas, you had Masons stepping in and their parking lots were being used as drop-off sites for supplies. They were collecting money. They were helping Masons who were affected, as well as non-Masons who were affected by the floods, find shelter. There's this program out of Los Angeles called Masons for Myths, where they were collecting funds to buy baseball gloves for baseball teams in underprivileged areas. No, you cannot join if you're 12. You need to be at least over 18 in the States, 21 in Canada. And we do not have multiple wives. I don't have a single wife. I have a cat. That's the best I can do. I have a cat. So Masons do not have multiple wives. And Masons do not worship Solomon, nor do we worship any particular, religious deity. That's not what Freemasonry is about. Freemasonry is not about worshiping. However, outside of the charity, which is like the direct approach, Freemasons do a ton to help the community because they help their members. So, for example, I've known 2 Masons who would themselves be homeless, and in one case, their families would have been homeless as well, were it not for Freemasons stepping in and providing them with benevolence. Not only does that help the Masons and the families, it helps the whole community. Because let's say Freemasonry didn't step in and that brother does become homeless, or that brother's family does become homeless. Well, now you have another homeless person in the community, another homeless family in the community. That means you have one less or several less spaces in the shelter, one more person needing to rely upon a food bank, needing to rely upon social services, needing to rely upon, let's say, welfare or social benefits. You then have all of the associated health effects that come from being homeless, which means more time in hospital, more time using medical resources. All of that stuff is stopped by Freemasons stepping in and keeping someone in their home, which is, you don't think about it because you say, oh, that's just, if Freemasons step in and give money to a brother to keep him in his home, the way that helps the brother is obvious, but that helps the whole community as well. And then I think that Freemasonry helps the community by demonstrating to it that it is possible for men of different faiths, different religions, different beliefs, different ethnicities, different politics to come together in a spirit of harmony and brotherly love and work towards building better individuals within themselves and a better community. And then also, it's the economic impact, right? Every meeting, you have food, you have refreshment. That means ordering from restaurants. That means supporting restaurants. That means supporting local small businesses. You can have special events where you go out to a bar or restaurant. You can do an ice cream tasting where you help a local ice cream parlor. Like, there's so many ways that Freemasonry helps the communities in which it's located. It could always do more, and I wish we did more. But nonetheless, we within Freemasonry need to be respectful and honored with how much and how hard we work to help communities. Thank you, Dream Seeker. Never seen Flowers of the Killer Moon. I heard about the infamous Masonic scene. I mean, obviously, if the scene is what I was told it was, it's some baloney. But I'm not one who gets overly concerned with negative depictions of Freemasonry in film. One of my favorite movies of all time is From Hell, starring Johnny Depp. So if I love From Hell starring Johnny Depp, which does somewhat display Freemasonry in a negative light, I guess I can't be upset with any other movie. I guess what I'd say is, so long as people, when they're watching it, recognize and understand that it's a movie, it's not accurate, and it's not based on legitimate Masonic anything. It's just one guy making a movie and adding, negativity about Freemasonry. My assumption being, because he's maybe not a fan of it, or he just thought it'd be an interesting scene to have. Who knows? My thoughts on Scientology, balls. I don't know anything about it, but I mean, I'd welcome a Scientologist into a Masonic lodge. I do not watch NFL. I'm bad about watching sports, but I love Chicago, so let's go Bears. We like Freemasons, like black people, fine. I've sat in lodge with black people, white people, Asian, like every type of people I've sat in lodge with. I think you might be referring to historical prejudices. Well, Freemasons are no different than anybody else. At the end of the day, they are sometimes influenced, affected, conditioned by the prejudices of their time, which is why in this, the late 1700s, you had the creation of Prince Hall as a organization to allow black men to be part of Freemasonry and not face discrimination. But Freemasonry does not discriminate against anyone of any race, religion, creed, skin color, etc., etc. I should clearly be watching Eyes Wide Shut because people keep telling me it's a great Christmas movie and it's a great Masonic movie. I've never seen it. I have no idea. I heard it's a bunch of people in masks getting freaky, which is not what we do in Freemasonry. However, maybe more people would join if we were. Who knows? Hello, Nicoles. Define Freemason. Freemason is a member of a Masonic lodge. A Masonic lodge is an organization or a grouping of men that, in some way, shape, or form, date their origin to stone masonry guilds of the Middle Ages. Well, that's stone masonry. So yes, stone masonry, whether it be building things out of bricks, out of stone, out of, or whatever it might be, that's stone masonry. Freemasonry evolved from stone masonry. The stonemasons came first, and then in the late 17th century, in the 15th, 16th, and 17th century, you start to have the development of Freemasonry or speculative masonry, which was the taking of stone mason symbols and ideas and philosophies and applying them metaphorically to our own to our own selves and our communities. So as a stonemason uses bricks to build a wall or to build a home, we within Freemasonry use the teachings in a metaphorical sense to create better versions of ourselves and a better community. Thank you from Pakistan. It's wonderful to have you back. Thank you for being here. I've never carried a weapon, GUI, so I don't know what you're talking about there. Yeah, I mean, JFam, that's a good way to put it. They're people who build, metaphorically speaking. They're people who build in a metaphorical sense, either themselves or the community. And again, stonemasons are people who literally build. We build in a, I don't like to use the term spiritual sense. I'm not a fan of that, but we certainly build in a metaphorical sense. 653, I'm glad that makes sense. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. I'm 6 subscribers away from 3,100 subs. JFam, same thing. Gabe can't say. Gabe, no. If you want power or wealth, you should not become a Freemason. Anybody who promises you that as a consequence of being a Freemason, you will get power or you will get wealth, you are going to be very, very disappointed. That's almost certainly a scam. I mean, it's possible they're not scamming you, they're just wrong. They've been fed a bunch of baloney and it's some type of pyramid scheme, or they've been told if they recruit a sufficient number of members, they'll get, like, who knows why they're saying it. The best case scenario is if they're promising you power and fame to be a Freemason, they are lying to you. The best case scenario is they are just incorrect. The worst, or the more likely explanation is they are scamming you. Well, first of all, Amelia the Goat, if you are under the age of 18, make sure you have your parents' permission to be on this stream, to be on YouTube in general. Get your parents' permission. And it's okay. I appreciate you being here. Basically, I'm talking about just a club that I'm a part of, that I love to be a part of. No different than a club you may have at school. Mycotrough, you're not wrong, but I wish you were. I wish it wasn't. I mean, Freemasonry is becoming a place for old people to get together because we have fewer and fewer members every year, which means our current membership is getting older and older every year. However, we do have some new members joining in my lodge, some younger guys joining in my lodge. And who knows, maybe in a few years, the numbers and the average age will start to go the opposite direction. But it's not that we don't do anything. That depends on the lodge. I'm very proud of all the things that I've done as a Freemason, all the events I've organized, all the things I've done for charitable efforts, for dinners, for banquets, to help other people. It's been a real honor and I take great pride in the things we do. But every lodge is different in terms of what they do and don't do. And if a lodge does start to feel like they're not doing that much, it's up to them it's up to the membership to get together and talk about how they can do more. Yes, Rondo, it is, but it's not going to be the normal 24-hour stream. We're not going straight 24 hours uninterrupted. Rather, what we're going to be doing is 5 hours on, 2 hours off until we get to the 24-hour mark or thereabouts. So what that means is I've been going for 53 minutes. In about another 4 hours and 7 minutes, I'm going to take my first break. There's going to be a 2-hour break from 7 to 9 Eastern. Then I'll come back on for another 5 hours, then take 2 hours off. We are on the road to 3,100 subscribers. We are on the road to 10,000 lifetime watch hours. And we're on the road to 4,000 watch time hours in the last 12 months. So I hope to get there soon. Maybe even on this stream. Are the Masons and the Druids similar organizations? I mean, we don't collaborate. I would say there have been some Celtic or Celtic elements within Freemasonry that kind of made their way into Masonic ritual. kind of through the adoption of certain Celtic qualities in Christianity and other organizations. So that does happen. But I've never met a Druid. Um, I suppose if a Druid wanted to join Freemasonry, he could, because I believe Druids believe in a supreme being, but it's not something I don't. I know very little about Druidism. Um, I don't know about most gooey. I mean, I have tattoos. A lot of Masons have tattoos. A lot of Masons don't. I wouldn't use the term most because I have no idea what the numbers are. There's nothing stopping a Mason from getting a tattoo. There's no rule. Have you heard of hitting the like and subscribe button, John D600? When I hear Freemasons, well, I wish we had buried treasure because then I'd be rich, but I assume you, excuse me, I assume, JFam, you get that from National Treasure and your friend and mine, Nick Cage, which I like that movie a lot, but keep in mind it's a movie, it's a Hollywood movie. We are not actually hiding any Templar treasure. Well, I mean, I'm not, good for the Masons. A lot of Masons don't gamble and don't drink beer or wine. There are a lot of Masonic lodges where they're not allowed to have alcohol in the building. It just depends on the lodge and what the rules are. Well, how do I join? I mean, it's not very exclusive, Myco Trough. If you want to join Freemasonry, they always say to be one, ask one. What you need to do at the start is find a local Masonic lodge in your area. Make sure that you can confirm that it is a legitimate Masonic lodge by asking them which Grand Lodge they're affiliated with, and then talk to them about why you want to join, what you find interesting about it, what you hope to learn, and what you hope to contribute to Freemasonry, as well as what you hope to gain from it. I've done a couple, Ali. I'm going to do a few more, but that's a good idea. I've done some with my friend and brother Igor Strukin. Really great Mason, really great dude. Um, I've done, I don't know how many interviews with him, but and we've done some watch parties documentaries, including some that you find on Tubi. When I do watch along and documentaries, what I try to do is use resources from like a free streaming service. So Tubi, Pluto TV, that way everybody can watch along. Um, well, let's not do that. I am not a scientist. Hooking up with one's cousin seems like probably not a good idea. It would make the family reunions very awkward, if nothing else. So, thank you, Ali, and I'm glad that you are joining me. So, thank you indeed to the YouTube algorithm. Um, by the way, I should have mentioned this before to everybody. Happy winter solstice. I was in beautiful Bogotá, Colombia, and they do a solstice celebration. They don't do it on the 21st, but nonetheless, they do have a solstice celebration. I got to watch it. It was absolutely incredible. One of my favorite Masonic memories. I'm going to talk about this story. I'm going to talk about how much I enjoyed being at the solstice celebration, and how much I enjoyed being in Bogota. That's going to be the first part of this stream, not the full stream. But that's going to be the first part um, of this stream before the 2 hour break. I mean, as they should, Gooey, as they should. They should also inform the police if the police didn't know already. Because Freemasons should never countenance or allow criminal acts. We're going to just take 1 minute. I just got to send a couple quick notes. You look like that guy that says, okay, who says, let's go do some dancing? Was he a handsome fella? Because if he was a handsome fella, then yes, I am absolutely that guy. And if he was not a handsome fella, then how dare you, sir? How dare you? Please hit like and subscribe. I greatly appreciate it. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. Positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. I mean, I've never heard of any Freemason having two wives. Honestly, my suspicion is if you were a Freemason and you had two wives, you would be exhausted because you're already busy, trying to convince your wife to let you go to lodge every night of the week. To then on top of that have to convince two wives to let you go to lodge, you would be absolutely exhausted. I don't think it goes so well. So I don't think any Mason is out there looking for two wives. They have a hard enough time keeping one wife happy. And by the way, we're talking about it in terms of like male Freemason, wife. There are Masons who have husbands. There's also female Freemasons, who are members of the Order of Women Freemasons, as well as Eastern Star. So Freemasonry is not exclusively for men or exclusively for people with wives. I have a cat, and I can barely keep my cat happy with the amount of time I spend traveling for Freemasonry. Hello, Brother Courtney. Thank you for being here. I hope that you're doing well. I hope you're having a great day. I hope you're looking forward to Christmas. Like I said, I sent you your special correspondence as you are a Patreon member. Hopefully, you get it before Christmas. If you don't get it by, let's say, the first week of January, send me a message and I'll resend it. Am I muted? Can you guys hear me? Hold on just one sec. I think you guys can hear me. Okay. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it's your computer, Allie. What do I do for Freemasonry? I do a lot for Freemasonry, and it's very exhausting. I mean, every Mason has to ask that question for himself, though, which is, what do you want? You shouldn't just be asking, what do you do for Freemasonry? You should be asking, what do you want to do for Freemasonry? Because what you want to do, what you can do, are very important questions. You may want to be at lodge 7 nights a week, but if you have if you're working shift work and you have a wife and kids, that may not be feasible. So you need to decide, A, what you want to do, B, what you can do, and C, what you're willing to do to kind of find the middle of those things. So you may say, I want to help the lodge grow, but I'm not able to attend meetings at the moment due to my shift. First of all, is it possible to take some vacation days to attend important lodge meetings or to call in sick? Not that I ever recommend it, but it's at least take vacation days to attend lodge meetings or vacation hours. I was lucky enough to have a job where you didn't have to just take vacation days, you could take vacation hours. So there were several times where I had to attend a Masonic event that cut into work. I would take, 2 hours vacation, leave early to make it to the Masonic event on time. But there's other things you can do. You can support the lodge by, let's say, so every lodge has what's called a junior warden, which is responsible for providing refreshments. Maybe you're not the junior warden, but you want to remind the lodge that you're thinking of them while you can't be there. You can always order food for the lodge and send it to them. Give the junior warden the night off. You can stay late to clean up the lodge. You can arrive early to help set up the lodge. There's a million different ways that you can support your Masonic lodge. You can write them a correspondence. Let's say you're traveling overseas and you're not going to be available for, let's say, the lodge's holiday or Christmas meeting or the last meeting before Christmas, send them a Christmas card and ask for it to be written out in lodge, just saying, I love you guys, I miss you guys, I support you guys. You can support your Masonic Lodge by paying your dues and paying them early, or at least on time. Don't be late in paying your dues. Don't show up to lodges late if you can help it. Don't, like, I think every Mason needs to take some time to sit down and write out, how can I support the Masonic Lodge in 2025? The lodge cannot have you killed. The lodge cannot. I cannot think of anything that would scare me less than to have somebody tell me the lodge is after me. Believe me, that is not going to cause you any fear. That is not what happens. Maybe the East Coast is crazy. I've never heard of that. And if that is happening, you shouldn't join Freemasonry. If you don't want to be a Mason anymore, then you don't be a Mason anymore. I mean, if you want to be, stand up about it, what you do is you inform the lodge, I no longer wish to be a Mason, and you walk away, pay your dues so you're paid up and in good standing, so you're not leaving owing anything, and then you just go on your merry way. Or the other alternative, what you can always do is, and this happens many times, I don't think it's right, but it does happen. You just stop paying your yearly dues and you stop showing up, and eventually you will just be suspended for non-payment. So that's an option as well. Well, what you heard is incorrect. Roll the losing dice. People, you got to be really careful about where you hear things, put it that way, because people hear things in a lot of different places, but social media and stuff is not always the best. And also keep in mind, if you hear from somebody in person, there's no guarantee that they're actually part of a Masonic lodge or are actually Freemasons. They could very well have joined what's called a clandestine lodge, which is a term for a Masonic lodge, or it's a term for a group that is basically pretending to be Freemasons. Never got into a brawl with other members. There have been some times when passions have run high, and I thought it might happen, but that's because we're human beings and we have our passions. Never, got into plenty of fights because we're humans and we fight. I mean, that's like, go to any workplace. There's going to be fights between coworkers and colleagues. In terms of why do people, you don't have to, that is one of the issues. I am a traveling man. Everybody who's a Mason has to pay yearly dues. It can be as little as $40 US per year to as much as $250, even more per year. It depends on the operating expenses of the lodge, right? Because the way a lodge funds itself is primarily through dues members, and other ways as well, but primarily through the dues of its members. So you need to pay for you need to pay for the building in which you meet. You need to pay for, refreshments. You need to pay for food, drinks, if you're having special events or celebrations. There's all sorts of expenses that goes into maintaining a building of any sort. It's no different than being part of a union. You have to pay union dues and you work in the union. It's very much the same idea. Would it be possible in theory to have a Masonic lodge where you didn't have to pay? I mean, if they found another way to earn income, some lodges will own a building and will rent it out for special events, but it's one of those things where to exist, you have expenses. Everybody wants to see my face every day, no filter. This face, you should want to see it 7 days a week and twice on Sundays. I'm not a Shriner, but the Shrine is an amazing group and an excellent part of our Masonic, and an excellent part of Freemasonry. Okay, cool. 33rd is awesome. I am 18th degree Scottish Rite, but as you know, or as you should know, snapshot, the degree that matters is the 3rd degree Master Mason. That's the most important degree. You have to take an obligation, roll the losing dice. I wouldn't call it, I don't like the term oath. I prefer to use the term obligation. Yes, there's an obligation that asks of you to keep, not even secret per se, but rather to keep certain Masonic, what we call modes of recognition, private. However, the reason I choose to keep the modes of recognition private has nothing to do with any obligations I take. It's because I believe that by maintaining the privacy of the modes of recognition, I am able to maintain the bonds of brotherhood between past, present, and future generations of Masons. What is the secret of the universe? 42. The number 42. I don't know what Gnostic means exactly. Gnostic means wisdom, right? If I recall correctly. It comes from the word for wisdom. I mean, I wouldn't describe myself as Gnostic per se. What I would say is I believe in a supreme being. I believe the supreme being is best understood as the rational expression of the universe as understood through geometric and mathematical principles. So you can take that for whatever it's worth. And if you break the oath, I mean, practically, to be perfectly honest, snapshot sniper, if you break the oath, nothing happens. The oath has been broken so many times. If you go, or the obligation is a better term, if you go online, you can find all the secrets. If the Masons get really upset, they may suspend you from Freemasonry, and basically that means you're no longer able to attend Masonic meetings. But practically speaking, nothing happens. Really, it's at the end of the day, it's between the Mason and his conscience, which at the end of the day is true for everything. One quote I really like, it comes from Yellowstone, where one of the cowboys says to, Kevin Costner, says, so the cowboy says to Kevin Costner, I gave you my word and I intend to keep it. And Kevin Costner says, the only person you owe anything to is yourself. The point is, at the end of the day, whether you choose to, keep or break an obligation, really the one person you need to answer to is yourself. You don't have to answer to Freemasons, you have to answer to yourself and your own conscience and your own understandings. Well, 42, I was making a reference to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where 42 is the secret of the universe, or the meaning of life. We got a lot of numbers happening though, and I do not know. I am not a numerologist. Believe me. Nobody wants me to try to do any math. I will fail miserably. I'm not a math guy. JFAM, I have no idea what that means, but it sounds terrifying. Like I literally get scared looking at math equations, and it's ironic because I have 2 math equations on my arms. I like physics and I like concepts. Actual math, though, and the details of math, I'm not good at. Good for you, says Mark. Galaxy Forever SWAT. The villain of the Incredible. Yes, I got an incredible head. Please hit like and subscribe. The Masons code it. The Masons code nothing in news stories. The Masons aren't coding anything because that's not how it works. Right? I'm sure there are Freemasons involved in the news, but like in various positions. I'm sure there are some Freemasons who are news anchors. I'm sure there's some Freemasons who are behind the camera. None that I know of. I did actually know one Freemason who worked in media, but he's been retired for like 30 years. So you can take that for whatever it's worth. Yes, I have a Humpty Dumpty head, but that should still not stop you from hitting like and subscribe. I'm 4 subscribers away from 3,100 subs. And we do not lie to anybody. And, well, I shouldn't say that. Masons are human beings. I'm sure many Masons have lied throughout the years. I've lied. I try not to. I do my best to be a good person, but I fall short all the time. But I've never heard, honestly, I've never heard of a single Mason use the term profane to describe a non-Freemason. If anybody did, if I ever heard a Mason use the term profane to describe a non-Mason, I would take a step back. I don't even have legs. I would take 2 wheels back from them in my wheelchair, because that'd be a really, really strange way to describe a non-Mason. Well, I mean, people write all sorts of stuff in books. I don't know about secret per se. I think maybe Albert Pike used the term profane, but I've been a Mason for about 20 years, never once, and I knew Masons my whole life. Never once have I heard any Mason refer to a non-Mason as a profane. And if they did, I would find them incredibly silly. Or goyim, for that matter. I've definitely never heard a Mason refer to a non-Mason as goyim. I'm not a huge Albert Pike fan. I think he's been way over his relevance or value to Freemasonry has been grossly overestimated by non-Masons and by some Masons. He was one dude writing his own personal philosophy of Freemasonry, related primarily to the southern jurisdiction of Scottish Rite. He was a dude from Arkansas who existed like 200 years after or 100 and something years after Freemasonry was already well established. And he wrote one book, and suddenly everybody's referencing him all the time. Drives me crazy. I do not know what the egg theory is. I've not read Manly P. Hall, but people need to keep in mind, when Manly P. Hall wrote his most famous work, he was not a Freemason at that time. Just keep that in mind. Joker 777, John 3:16. But for God so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, if I recall correctly. Whenever I see that, though, I think Austin 3:16 says, I just whooped your ass. Because go Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah, I think it was Secret Teachings. He wasn't a Mason when he wrote that. It was still, I think he became a Mason like 10 years later, something to that effect. So, Eddie, I have no idea. And no Freemason does. Any Freemason who tells you that Freemasonry knows some secret about what the afterlife is full of nonsense. That's between you and your spiritual leader as you understand it, or between you and your religious or spiritual beliefs. That's not a Masonic question. I do like to think, however, that there is an immortal idea that exists within us, and that immortal idea exists beyond our death. What that looks like exactly, I have no idea. Freemasonry is for everyone, unless you are under whatever the age of the jurisdiction is, so unless you're under 18 in the States. And yes, if you are an avowed atheist, you can't be a Freemason. However, Freemasonry has defined the term like supreme being so liberally, most who might traditionally be considered a atheist are able to get in. Yes, solstice to you as well. A happy winter solstice indeed. Well, so Kiko, I don't know how to pronounce your name. One of the best lessons I ever got, it was about writing, and it was about writing in university. And the advice was, if you don't have accurate information, don't use descriptors. So what I mean by that is, you say, why are so many police and business people in it? The term so many doesn't mean anything. I have no clue what so many means. Does that mean 5%, 10%, 50%? I've never actually heard any numbers. And also business. And are you talking about a specific country, like the United Kingdom, this issue has come up? Are you saying globally? And business, what does business mean? Does business mean the man who owns a corner store and makes $70,000 a year? Or do you mean by business people somebody who works in Wall Street and makes 5 million a year? Right? The problem with that statement is it's so vague, it allows people to read into it whatever they want. In my experience, when Freemasonry was growing rapidly, you had Freemasons who, you had a certain number of Freemasons who were police officers and business people and janitors and custodians and unemployed. And as the Masonic numbers have dropped, the number of Masons I've seen who I know are police officers who are involved in business has dropped as well, just like the number of Masonic plumbers has dropped. And I would say there's not that much secrecy in Freemasonry. I'm here talking about it on YouTube for all to see. I think we've had probably 500-600 people join the stream so far. If it was secret, would I be here and would I be able to do this? No worries. I appreciate being here. But in my experience, the idea that there's a lot, quote unquote, of Masons who are police officers or Masons who are police officers or Masons who are business people has actually not been the case in my experience. Obviously, the Metropolitan Police has been tackling this issue in the United Kingdom in their own way. Not a way I'm necessarily comfortable with, but also something I understand, and I can appreciate the Metropolitan Police's view on the matter. I am 4 subscribers away from 3,100 subs. I am also well on my way to 10,000 lifetime watch hours and 4,000 watch hours in the last 12 months. So help a brother out, share the stream, hit like and subscribe. Let's finish off 2025 strong. Let's make it a great winter solstice. You're welcome, JFam. I do my best. Thank you so much for being here and being part of this. I really, really appreciate it. You are welcome. It's been going great. It's been a wonderful 2025, and it's a wonderful winter solstice. So I did want to talk for a little bit about my trip to Bogotá, Colombia, which was absolutely incredible. And I was thinking about the best way to talk about it. And I think the way I want to talk about the trip to Colombia is kind of chronologically. Talk about the reasons why I think it's important for Freemasons to travel, the things I, as a Freemason, learned while I was traveling, my new perspectives, maybe some perspectives I already had, but which kind of were reinforced by my trip. But Bogotá was absolutely wonderful. By the way, Gui, what I'll say is it's not that Masons should not, quote unquote, get nudged from their lodge if they are, well, beating anybody. To be honest, they should be removed from their lodge. They should be suspended. And if a Mason were to find out this was happening, the police should be informed. Freemasons should never accept, allow, keep quiet about any criminal activity, including, but not limited to, violence against women or anybody else. Donald Trump. Mark, I still have no idea what any of this stuff means. You seem really obsessed with numbers and current politicians. All right, so my trip to Bogotá, Colombia. I don't know J-Fam, but he's not saying anything insulting or mean, so he's welcome to stay. It's something about numerology. I mean, I'm not a huge fan, GUI, of diagnosing via YouTube comments. Some people are just really into numerology and things like that. What I will say is, if anybody's kind of personal interests become obsessions to the point that you can't focus on other things, then then you probably need to talk to somebody. Well, that's a really interesting point, Dad, but I would actually disagree with you. When you say most Freemasons don't have the opportunity to travel. Now, most Freemasons don't have the opportunity to travel like I do for a variety of reasons. They don't have the opportunity to travel either overseas or to a different continent, or to take these crazy flights or crazy bus trips, either because they don't have the financial ability to do so, they don't have the time to do so. They may have medical issues that keep them from traveling, like the doctors told them not to travel long distances, they can't sit down for a long time, or it's a combination of all of the above. And that is absolutely the case. However, I get half on the top and shaved on the sides. However, every Mason, in my opinion, can engage in some forms of travel. Masonic travel is not the same as travel that you might think of for tourism or for business. For example, in my jurisdiction, in my city, here in Windsor, there are 7 Masonic lodges that meet in the same building, but they just meet different nights of the week. In my district or jurisdiction, there are 13 Masonic lodges that meet in different towns, some of which are as close as a 30-minute drive, some of which you can take the public bus to get to. If I normally meet on a Friday night and I go and visit a lodge that meets on a Thursday night, that's Masonic travel, right? If I, even if I'm going to the exact same building I always attend or I always go to, but just to a different lodge that's meeting on a different night of the week, I've engaged in Masonic travel. If I drive 30 minutes to a new town with a new Masonic lodge, I've engaged in Masonic travel. So travel doesn't mean, if I, let's say normally my Masonic lodge meets in, so my Masonic building has 2 lodge rooms, the red room and the blue room. And they're called that because of the carpets, just for the record. Doesn't mean anything else. Welcome, Egyptian Mystic. Thank you for being here. Now, if I normally meet in the blue room and I travel the 20 feet, if that, to attend a Masonic lodge meeting in the red room, I have traveled. So, Dad, although I love you, on this one, I do have to disagree with you slightly. Everybody has the opportunity to travel. Not everybody has the opportunity to travel as far as I do or as much as I do, but that shouldn't stop you from trying to travel. And there's even virtual traveling as well. Most jurisdictions now hold some type of virtual event where they, I am Alien Overlord indeed, where they, it's open to, sometimes it's open to the public. Very often it's open to Masons from different jurisdictions. Go online and try to find them and try to take part in that. In that case, you're traveling and you don't even need to wear pants. You should wear pants, but you don't even need to, as long as you keep the camera on your computer up at your face and nowhere else. You saw that a lot during COVID, by the way. Having said that, and look, any travel that you do, Sunny, thank you. Please hit like and subscribe. Any travel that you do is going to be incredibly helpful for your Masonic career. It will give you new perspectives on the craft. It will give you new ideas. There's this old expression, right? Good poets borrow, great poets steal. If you're a Mason and you're looking to get new ideas that you can bring to your lodge, if you're looking for a new perspective on the craft, a new way to understand the craft, taking a few moments to visit another lodge, another Masonic building, or the same building but a different lodge, it can give you a whole new perspective on Freemasonry, right? Like one of the things that can happen so often within Freemasonry, and I've seen it dozens of times. I've experienced it myself personally. You've been to your lodge in which you're a member 10, 20, 30, 50, 100, 200 times. Who knows how many times you've been, and you've heard the same piece of Masonic ritual and the same piece of Masonic ceremony performed dozens and dozens of times. And if it's the type of piece, if it's a piece of work that is done by the same Mason every time, like, some Masons will have their ritual, they'll have their ritual, they'll have their piece, they'll do it, every time there's a degree. It's incredibly easy to just zone out and stop paying attention to it because you've heard it so many times, and you've heard it you've not just heard the words, but you've heard the type of performance, the way it's recited, because maybe the Mason does it with the exact same intonation and the same emphasis on the same words. Going to another lodge, hearing a different Mason perform that ritual, even though the words may be exactly the same, the way that brother performs the ritual, the words he chooses to emphasize, the inflection, the body language he uses, just those differences can be enough to kind of snap you out of being zoned out, and it gives you a new perspective on the ritual, a new perspective on the craft, a new perspective on Freemasonry. And that's a beautiful thing, and you will not be able to get that new perspective if you're not traveling and you're not visiting. It also gives you a chance to hear about what Masonic lodges are up to, events they're having, maybe some unique way that a Masonic lodge, something different and unique and interesting that Masonic lodge does. Bring it to your Masonic lodge, bring it back to yours. If you're not the worshipful master, talk to the worshipful master. Hey, I was visiting this lodge. They do this thing. Can we try it here? And again, you don't need to travel out of your country. You don't need to travel out of your city. You don't need to travel necessarily even out of your Masonic building to acquire that different perspective. I don't think I'm weak in body, mind, and spirit, Mark, but fair enough. You can think whatever you want, so long as you hit the like and subscribe button. And I will also mention, it's rare, but there are individuals where they live in a town or community where there is one single Masonic lodge, and that's it. And there are no other Masonic lodges within, 50 miles of them. Like, you can get that in some northern communities, for example. In those cases, travel may also be almost impossible. But then, aside from the virtual travel, and the virtual visitations that you can do. What you can also do is sign up for the newsletters that are available to the public and to Masons. Many jurisdictions, Idaho, California, UGLE, London, Ontario. I'm missing a bunch. This day in Masonic history, not even Masonic jurisdictions, but just, you know, sources of Masonic interest. My stuff on Medium. You can sign up for those email blasts and those newsletters, and every month get delivered completely free of charge a newsletter from a Masonic jurisdiction, from a Grand Lodge, from some type of Masonic source. And again, you can get ideas. Oh, Idaho, maybe you live in, I don't know, Brandon, Manitoba, but you're signed up for the Grand Lodge of Idaho and its newsletter. You see, oh, a lodge in Idaho is having this event. Maybe we can do something similar in Brandon. So even if you are in a very isolated community and travel for whatever reason is simply impossible to any lodge other than your own, that's no excuse to not try to get information about what is happening within Freemasonry from around the world and paying attention to it and bringing it to your own lodge. You are incorrect, Mark Roy. Masons bring a great deal of positivity to their community and to every community. Spirit of Justice, happy Sunday, happy winter solstice. Thank you for being here. We are on the road, Instagram Compass Promotions. We are on the road to 3,100 subscribers. We are also on the road to 4,000 watch hours in the last 12 months, which is important to get ad revenue for Square and Compass, and 10,000 lifetime subs. 10,000 lifetime watch hours. So thank you for being here. You helped me with that. I don't think he's drunk. I think he's just incorrect, Gooey. I'm not going to get rid of him quite yet, because he's not saying anything insulting to anybody on the stream except for me, which is fine. But once we start to get the all caps comments, that does start to make me think maybe I should remove. We'll see. We're not sending asteroids to Earth. That would be the opposite of helpful. Might help the next species that comes after humans, but it won't help humans, that's for sure. So anyways, travel is very important. It gives you new perspectives, new understandings, and new ideas, and creates a more enriching Masonic experience for the Mason. I've always said, and I would say it again, the most important thing that you can do for Freemasonry, if you're a Mason, the most important thing you can do for Freemasonry, if you're a Mason, is to, well, be nice, Fishing Planetara, be nice. Not going to put up with making fun of Mark either. And Mark will answer your question in just one sec. Is attend your Masonic lodge as much as possible. But the most important thing you can do for your Masonic experience, if you're a Mason and you want to get the most out of Freemasonry, is as much as is possible, travel as often as you can. Gooey, we're not going to put up with that either. Okay, no, Mark is welcome to be here. You're going to be kind to Mark. We're all going to be kind to each other. If he wants to keep putting his stuff in the stream, that's fine. Once he starts to insult people, though, that becomes an issue. But none of that on any side. We don't help each other, Mark, but we do help each other, but not period, not exclusively. And the reason that's important to keep in mind, Mark, is because by helping one another, we help the community. So, Mark, let me give you an example. I've known, I used to say 2, but I was thinking about it. It's actually 3. I knew 3 Freemasons who would have been homeless were it not for the Masonic lodges stepping in and providing them with what we call benevolence or assistance, right? Basically paying their rent for them or paying their mortgage for them. And in one case, the Mason had a family. He had he had a wife and he had like 2 kids. So obviously that helps the Mason, but it helps the entire community. Because if that person or if those Masons and the family gets kicked out of their homes, well, what happens? Well, now you have another person who's living on the street or a family that lives on the street, which makes, the average community member's life a little bit worse because now they're passing another homeless person going wherever it is they're going. There's one less space in shelters that's now available or less shelter space available. The food banks are being used. Community resources are being used. Fishing Planet. Again, Mark is not weak. Mark is welcome to be here. Nobody's insulting anybody on stream, all right? Keep that in mind. The homeless people and homeless families are more likely to need medical resources, emergency rooms, whatever it might be. By keeping them in their home, they're less likely to have medical issues. They're less likely to need to take advantage of, let's say, the emergency room, which happens very often. The point is, by helping the individual Masons, the community is not required to step in and assist. And this might be my kind of conservative roots in some ways. I'm always going to prefer to see help come from the community instead of from the government. And when somebody's homeless, then the entire government needs to step in, or the entire community needs to step in. Freemasonry also helps people's health. There's all sorts of evidence that the more connections you have within the community, the healthier you will be, which again means less resources are being taken up by the medical system. So it's a knock-on effect. The more we help each other, the more the community benefits. And then obviously within Freemasonry, you help communities, you help resources for local businesses. My Masonic Lodge, for example, has done ice cream tastings where we purchased ice cream from a local shop that had just opened. We've done beer and cheese tastings, whiskey tastings, all sorts of things that help local businesses and the people employed in those businesses remain in operation. So keep those things in mind. So there's many ways that Freemasons help communities. That doesn't necessarily mean anything, Kiko. I've known Masons who have criminal records. If you become a Freemason and then get a criminal record, very often you can be suspended from the craft. However, if you made mistakes in the past and then, have learned from those mistakes, have served your time, are doing the best to create a better life for yourself, having a criminal record is not an automatic denial. What I would say is just go to your lodge, be honest, talk to, just if you're interested in joining, go to the lodge, apply, talk to them, explain what happened, explain how you've kind of maybe turned your life around or how you've tried to make things better, and go from there. But don't assume automatically that a criminal record is an automatic denial, because that is not the case. It depends, because I don't know who King Solomon was. Like, I know who King Solomon refers to. I don't know if King Solomon was an actual real historical figure, is exclusively a figure of biblical myth. It's probably that there was a real figure called King Solomon, but the stories of him and his wisdom, we don't know necessarily how accurate those stories are and how much of those stories are based on real experiences versus myths. So I guess what I would say is the mythological the mythological figure of King Solomon, I have a great deal of respect for. I think his mythological stories and lessons can help us better understand kind of how we apply wisdom and how we can build ourselves into better people. The historical figure, the quote unquote real King Solomon, I know very little about. I want to do a podcast talking more about King Solomon, to be honest, and whether he was a real person or the historical figure that is King Solomon. Well, again, whether you've been arrested one time or 72 times, there's no set rule. I would say, though, Mark, if you've been arrested 72 times, it might be that you're engaging in behaviors and you're not changing those behaviors and you're not learning from your mistakes. I'm not going to say for sure you should talk to a local lodge, but if somebody were to apply to be a Freemason and had been arrested 72 times, especially if the most recent arrest was not that long ago, I would probably not accept their application because I would be concerned that they're not learning from their mistakes. He was allegedly very wise and he had many wives, which makes me wonder how wise he actually was, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, I like I said, I do want to do a podcast and get a historian on to talk about King Solomon as a historical figure, not so much as a biblical or mythological figure. I try not to be judgy, Slobodan. Hit the like and subscribe button. I won't be as judgy. We are 3 subs away from 3,100 subscribers. Well, I mean, it would be joining either Eastern Star or Order of Women Freemasons. I don't see why not. I mean, I know gay Masons, so I don't see why you couldn't have lesbians joining the Order of Women Freemasons. Never heard any rules about it one way or the other, but I would say why not? Or joining Eastern Star for that matter. Yes, with the request of a like and a sub and some hearts in the chat. Well, I mean, to your credit, Mark, 2022 was a little while ago. Getting old because it feels like time is flying. I mean, the fact that you served 12 out of 16, I mean, that would indicate that you're probably on good behavior or, What I would say is, I don't want to get into the details here because I would need to know the details, but what I would say is if you're interested in joining Freemasonry, you should just approach a Masonic lodge, explain to them what happened, explain to them the offenses, etc., etc. Talk to them about how you're trying to kind of turn your life around, and you let the lodge decide. Because the lodge will decide. Some lodges may decide, no, it's just too many offenses, or 2022 is too recent. Some lodges may decide otherwise. You have to let the lodge decide. But you shouldn't, never prejudge, right? Because you don't know. That's one of the biggest mistakes I think we make just in life. We're so afraid the answer will be no, we never bother to ask the question. And I think that can be dangerous. All right, Gooey, you're getting close to getting timed out now. Stop bringing up other people in the chat or you're going to find yourself in a timeout. All right? You don't talk about Mark, you talk about me. The lodge may sentence me to death. Well, they haven't so far, and I'm still here. So, the fact that I'm still here and not been sentenced to death yet, I'm very annoying. So I'm sure that if they had it their way, they would want to take me out. But they'd want to take me out because I'm so handsome. They'd be jealous, put it that way. All right, Gooey. Sorry, buddy. We're putting you in a timeout. So by the way, we're still 3 subs from 3,100 subscribers. So we went off on a bit of a tangent there, which is fine, which is fun. But going back to the main topic, this first topic, the importance of travel. I talked about why travel is important, how you can travel even if you don't have the time, money, or ability to travel far, and why it's valuable. I recently, about 1 week ago, returned from beautiful Bogotá, Colombia. It was actually part of a larger or a longer trip that started with a trip to Chicago, Illinois, and Glenview, Illinois, where I got to visit finally got to visit the Montclair Masonic Temple in Chicago. There are two Masonic buildings in Chicago. There's the Montclair Masonic Temple and the Jefferson Park Masonic Temple. I've been lucky enough to visit Montclair dozens of times, to visit Jefferson Park Masonic Temple dozens of times, but this was my first visit to Montclair. It was a beautiful building, a beautiful Masonic temple. On top of that, I also got to go out with them afterwards for some pizza. I was told, by the way, so the type of pizza we went out for the Christmas party, it was a really great Italian restaurant. It was like this little hole in the wall Italian restaurant. It was very small, but the food was incredible. It was thin crust pizza. And several Masons told me that there's more than two in Illinois. There's dozens in Illinois. There's two in Chicago, like the city of Chicago. In all of Illinois, there's, I don't even know how many, probably, I have no idea, hundreds, I would think. Maybe a couple hundred, to be honest. So anyways, I was told that true Chicago pizza is thin crust, not the thick crust like Pequod's. I don't know if I agree or disagree. I had loved both very much. And again, the value of travel. To get the chance to visit a Masonic lodge. Yeah, there's just two in Chicago. Interesting enough, for a while, Chicago had not only the biggest Masonic building in the world, but the biggest or tallest building in the world, and they were the same building. So for a very brief period, the largest building in the world was a Masonic temple located in Chicago, Illinois. Interesting little bit of trivia. You just think about what that means for, what that means for Freemasonry, or what it means to be a Freemason. The fact that I can travel to a new city, in a new state, in a new country. I can go to a building I've never visited before. I can meet brothers I've never met before. And not only can I join them for their meeting and get some snacks at the meeting, but I also, I can also then go out with them afterwards for pizza and drinks, all paid for. They paid for all my stuff as part of the Christmas party, and hang out with them. I think that should indicate the strength and the beauty of the craft. And then they gave me a ride to the airport afterwards. So now, normally the proper way to do this, and I get it, believe me, the proper way to do this would be to share my screen and do this on my laptop. However, I don't like to share my screen on my laptop. I find I get less people. I'm going to turn my camera around and show off my pictures from Instagram. So there you go. Also, though, I will mention the day before my visit to Ravenswood Lodge at the Montclair Masonic Temple, I got the chance to take part in an ugly sweater contest at the Jefferson Park Masonic Temple. I didn't win, but I still got to take part in my ugly sweater contest. It was awesome. It was a great time. My ugly sweater did not win. My ugly Christmas sweater did not win. So let's share some of these pictures. Yes, Brother Courtney, the brotherhood is what matters. From Chicago. Oh, and by the way, Minotaur, thank you so much. It's very kind. Don't forget, everybody watching this, like, subscribe, and consider a 99-cent super chat. It helps out big time. So I hope you guys will consider doing so, or even become a YouTube member. Rondo, we're going to ask the people. Hold on just 1 second. I'm going to show you the picture in a moment, so you don't have to answer this question yet. Was my Christmas sweater ugly? Yes or no? Okay, so let me just get my Instagram up. Hold on. Let's see how this goes. Okay. Here it is. So this first picture is, let me see if I can get a better shot of it for you. This was the tree that was located at Union Station in Chicago when I arrived. And by the way, all these are available on my Instagram. When I arrived, this is the tree I saw at Union Station. Then, oops, wrong direction. That's from London. This is the ugly sweater. This is the ugly sweater that I wore. Do you think this sweater is ugly? Yes or no? I wore this at Jefferson Park Masonic Temple. Citizen Z, I'm doing my winter solstice 24-hour live stream. It's not a full, I'm not doing the normal 24 hours uninterrupted. I'm doing 5 hours on, 2 hours off, 5 hours on, 2 hours off, etc., etc. Thank you, Brother Courtney. But this was it here. I'll show you all of them. These were all of the ugly sweaters that were in competition. This one was my favorite. You can see that. When I was there, they had Dunkin' Donuts. These are the Dunkin' Donuts holiday donuts or Christmas donuts. I love Dunkin' Donuts. I always get it when I'm in Chicago, so I thought that was really cool. So this is the Ravenswood Masonic coin that they gave me when I visited their Montclair Masonic Temple. This is the facade of the Montclair Masonic Temple. It was freezing when I got there, and I took the bus to get there. By the way, I'm going to mention, I've said this before, when you're traveling, try to take local transit if you can. Shop at the local restaurants, shop at the local stores, support local, get a feel for local. That's really important. And this is the inside of the Montclair Masonic Temple. This is the lodge room. This was Frank's Pizzeria. This is where they took me for their Christmas party and their delicious thin crust pizza. This was the cheese, sausage, and jalapeno pizza. Actually, honestly, though, the best part of the food was not the pizza, though the pizza was delicious. It was the appetizers. They had all these breaded zucchini sticks and all sorts of breaded stuff. It was really delicious with marinara sauce. That was crazy, crazy good. And they had cheesecake for dessert. And then this was me at O'Hare Airport. I actually really like O'Hare. Chicago O'Hare International Airport is probably one of my favorite airports. I'm there, I guess, somewhat frequently. And I love what I say. Let me just show you that. You can see that it says to our next Masonic adventure. So I took this, I went right from the pizza place to O'Hare, and I took this before, I'm going to turn the camera on again, before I got on an airplane at like 5 in the morning. So I slept at the airport in order to travel to Bogotá, Colombia. Now, I did want to mention one more thing before. So again, I think what this showed me is and this is just reinforced what I already knew about Freemasonry. What other organization can you be a part of where you can travel to travel out of your city, out of your state, out of your country, meet people you've never met before in a building you've never been to before, and be fed and be welcomed, etc., etc. I mean, given an ugly sweater to wear, or according to the poll, and a great sweater to wear and a beautiful sweater to wear, and be part of something bigger than yourself. And if you're not traveling as much as you can, you're missing out on what that means and what it means for Freemasonry. I did want to mention one more thing. Yes, the plane was comfortable. Actually, Spirit brings up a good point. Maybe the military, that's true. So Dad before mentioned not everybody has the ability to travel, which is true, either for financial reasons, like not everybody has the ability to travel overseas or out of country, either for financial, time, or combination of the two, or health reasons it could be as well. I know that there are some, especially some Canadians, who are refusing right now to travel to the United States for political reasons. I mean, I've read the stories before, or the news reports before, but even just the AI overview I got, Canadian tourism to the U.S. has seen a significant ongoing decline in 2025 due to political tensions, trade issues, and increased travel friction, leading to economic impacts on U.S. border states and shifts in Canadian travel patterns towards Europe and the Caribbean, though Canadian citizens generally don't need a visa for short visits. Key factors include the introduction of U.S. social media screening, America First park fees, and the general political climate. The U.S. tourism faced a 5.7 billion U.S. loss in revenue as Canadians are not traveling there, and there was even some travel advisories against Canadians traveling to the U.S. recently. So here's what I'll say. I flew to Bogotá through Chicago, which meant I had to cross into the United States from Windsor into Detroit and then go to Chicago. And then I left, went to Bogotá, and then I entered the United States again from Bogotá through Fort Lauderdale. At no point, and this is me personally, did I have any issues, any challenges, or any struggles crossing the border. There were no social media screens that I dealt with personally. It was relatively easy and straightforward to pass customs. I had all of my paperwork, obviously. I knew exactly where I was going. I could show them the tickets and everything else, and that made it a lot easier as well. It's important to have all that information. I am not a huge fan. That's okay, Brother Courtney. Just take your time. Don't rush. You can do plenty for Freemasonry without passing your proficiency. I decided relatively early on that even though I'm not a huge fan of the political climate in the United States, that I would still travel to the United States because I have a lot of American friends, American brothers there, especially American Masons, all of whom I respect and love as my brothers. The political situation in a country is made of sand. It changes. Donald Trump is not going to last forever. But the relationship between the two countries should be, especially the Masons of the two countries, should be made of stone and should continue to exist and be strong well after the political situation has changed. It's not going to do, this is my opinion, it's not going to do Freemasonry any benefits to, put a pause on the relationships between our two countries, at least Masonically speaking. Because eventually, when the political situation changes, one of the strengths that we have in North American Freemasonry is the visitation and the close bonds between American and Canadian brethren, especially on border towns and border cities like Windsor, Detroit, Vancouver, Seattle, Sarnia, the Maritimes, Toronto and Buffalo to a certain extent. If we are allowing those to lapse, we're only shooting ourselves in the foot, in my opinion, which is why I've chosen to continue traveling to the States and why I love continuing to travel to the States. And as of now, I haven't had any issues. Having said all that, get it. I'm not going to judge anybody. If you would normally travel to the United States as a Canadian and you're choosing not to at present, then I do hope you will take the time, money, energy that would normally go into traveling to the United States and apply it to travel within Canada or maybe somewhere else around the world and take part in Masonic travel there. So if you normally would, let's say, travel to a Masonic event in the United States and you no longer intend to, travel to a Masonic event in Europe. Travel to a Masonic event in your home province, in your own city that you don't normally attend. You can still use the time and money that would normally go to traveling to the States to take part in a Masonic event, maybe even closer to home. Consider it like found time. B-Ron, you look like someone who should hit the like and subscribe button. I am 2 subscriptions away from 3,100 subs. So there you go. So help a brother out. 10 votes. No, 70%. Yes, 30%. Well, Pikachu, then thank you for being here. I hope that you will consider perhaps sharing the stream with others. That would help out big time as well. All right, so made it to Chicago, went to Jefferson Park, wore what was supposed to be an ugly sweater, but in fact, most people agree was a great looking sweater. Had some donuts from Dunkin' Donuts Holiday, went to the Montclair Masonic Temple. I showed off the beautiful building, had some delicious Frank's Pizza, then made my way to O'Hare Airport and flew to Bogotá, Colombia. Now, I flew through Fort Lauderdale Airport in Florida. Normally, when I have a layover, if I have, well, thank you, Joe Blow. Please hit like and subscribe. Normally, when I travel and I have a layover, if it's long enough, I will try to stop off at, I will try my best to stop at, to leave the airport and go visit a Masonic temple or Masonic building, especially if one is close to the airport. This time, the layovers weren't long enough, so I had to stay in the airport. However, I was very impressed with a initiative that the Fort Lauderdale Airport did in conjunction with Broward County Library, the local library, which is if you're a traveler and you're just on a layover waiting between flights, you can actually download a digital library card through the airport for travelers. You can get a temporary library card and you can actually check out books through a digital service or even movies. So you can actually rent movies or books completely free. It acts just like a, paper, a brick and mortar library, but it's digital. But you can get your very own digital Broward County library card and rent movies and books to keep you occupied while you're waiting at the airport. It's completely free. I thought it was really, really cool. Hello, Ayush8087. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. So I just wanted to mention that because I thought that was really, really cool. And Freemasons should be all about lifetime learning. So then I arrive in Bogotá, Colombia. I'm going to, once again, it wouldn't make a difference if I was or wasn't Ayush because Freemasons welcome men of all different sexual orientations, gay and straight. So it wouldn't make a difference. I'm going to turn my camera back around. I know it's not the best, but I don't like to share my screen. And I'm going to show some pictures from my trip to Bogotá, Colombia. There's some really cool pictures, but you can find all of these yourself by following me on Instagram at square_and_compass_promotions. It's when you're online, Aish, you just got to accept that. A lot of people like to do that stuff. It's one of those things. What can you do? Okay, so we're going to go like this. So this is the passport stamp. As you know, or as many people who follow me know, I received my new passport because to travel to Bogotá, it's not enough to have an active passport. You need to have a passport that won't expire within 6 months of travel. And also, when you get there, if you're Canadian, you need to pay a one-time visa fee. It comes out to like 90 Canadian dollars. And you can pay either by debit or credit. This just reminds everybody, I hope, that if you're a Mason and you're traveling, you are representing Freemasonry when you travel. So you have a responsibility to have everything in proper order. Customs officers have a hard enough job. Don't make it harder. Have your passport up to date and renewed. Know what it costs to get in there. Know the visa requirements. Have the information you need to make it as easy as possible for the customs agents. I think that's incredibly important because you're representing Freemasonry. And if I go to Colombia and I don't have, my passport's not up to date, I didn't know there was going to be any cost to going. I don't have all of the paperwork I need. I don't have my vaccines as recommended. I'm not just representing myself poorly, I'm representing Freemasonry poorly as well. Speaking of, nothing but credit to the Department of Health in Bogotá and the El Dorado Airport. They had a free vaccination clinic in the airport. So I was able to get my yellow fever vaccine, which is recommended when traveling to Bogotá or traveling to Colombia. I think we as Freemasons, we have a responsibility to be vaccinated. I know that's not everybody agrees with me, but I believe we have a responsibility to get the vaccinations that are recommended. And this one it's the one I missed in Canada, but I was able to get it in Colombia and I was able to get it completely free. So I'd recommend anybody who's traveling through El Dorado Airport in Bogotá, consider taking advantage of it. It's a sign of respect for the country you're visiting, as well as the country to which you're returning, that you're not trying to, spread any germs or diseases or be a public health hazard. So get yourself vaccinated. Nothing but respect to Colombia and the airport for offering this free service for any travelers who are traveling. So The first day I was there, I got to visit the Central Cemetery in Bogota. I talked to a couple of different brothers, and they actually took me to this incredible and beautiful tomb. You can see a little bit closer the Grand Lodge of Colombia. That is the Grand Lodge of Colombia um, signal sign symbol on the top. I guess it would be the top left corner. But the staff at the cemetery, when I told them I was a Freemason, they were so cool to show me this absolutely beautiful tomb, this beautiful area in the Central Cemetery in Bogota. It's glorious. I mean, I guess glorious is a weird term to use when describing a cemetery and a tomb, but to know that the brothers care for each other enough, both in life and in passing, and that there is this monument to the brothers, and also that there will be more space for the brothers who pass away in future. That's a really special thing, and it reminds you of the bonds of brotherhood that exist both while you are alive and even after you pass. And even me, I was telling this to one of the workers at the cemetery. I didn't know any of these brothers, but nonetheless, they're my brothers, and I had great respect for them. So yeah. All right. So if you know me, you know I love coffee. I did not, Bluebee. Please hit like and subscribe. You know I love coffee. This is a cup of coffee in Colombia, which, by the way, coffee capital of the world, I think. Delicious coffee. But this coffee was served to me in a restaurant in the Grand Lodge of Colombia. Actually, technically, in the Museum of Freemasonry in Colombia. So how cool is that? That not only do I get to hang out at the Grand Lodge of Colombia, but I get to have a beautiful cup of coffee while I'm there with some brothers. This was in the courtyard of the Grand Lodge of Colombia. This was all from the Kopp Mansion, Kopp Mansion. Maybe I never had a soul to be sold, Bluebee. Maybe that's the case. Don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. This was in the Kopp Mansion, which is the home of the the Museum of Freemasonry in South America. This was an absolutely gorgeous skylight. That's me looking at a charter, some coins, some medals. These are all metal prints of the seal of all the different lodges in, I believe, the entirety of Colombia, not just Bogota. More medals with the inscription. This was the restaurant I told you about, which is located in this museum. Delicious coffee. This is the seal, the Grand Lodge of Colombia seal, which, again, you see on this tomb, on the tomb that I was taken to. Whenever I visit a new town, a new city, a new community, if I can, I always try to visit a local cemetery or a historical cemetery to try to meet up with some of my brothers there. I know it sounds strange to use that term, to meet up with them, but to meet up with some of my brothers who have passed away, just to show them respect. This is a picture of Bogota, the mountains, from actually right outside my hostel. I stayed at a really beautiful hostel. It was super cheap. I guess I would remind people, yes, traveling can be very expensive. I think we all know that. However, there are travel hacks. There are ways to spend less money, hostels is one great option. And honestly, I thought the hostel I stayed at was wonderful. Valley Herdo was called. It was super cheap, yet nonetheless safe, secure. Everybody was friendly. They had a lot of programs and events. They did free yoga. They had a spa that had like massages and stuff. It was a great place to stay. Um, Strange and beautiful are the stars tonight. Um, Chill guy, welcome. I'm going to get to your statement in just 1 second about the Masonic ring. This is the Masonic Lodge room where I visited at the Grand Lodge of Colombia. Talk about absolutely beautiful celestial canopy. One of my favorite songs is by Blue Rodeo. It's called It's called Lost Together. The first two lines are strange and beautiful are the stars tonight that dance above your head. In Spanish, I'm not going to be able to pronounce this to save my life. Extrañas y hermosas son las estrellas, esta noche. I know I got that pronounced horribly wrong. The point is, one of my favorite songs is called Lost Together. Strange and beautiful are the stars tonight that dance above your head are the first two lines. Looking up at this celestial canopy, I immediately thought of that song, and I immediately thought of how lucky I was to be in this absolutely beautiful room with these incredible Masons. They had it where you could turn on certain lights and it would switch over to, like, it would switch over and you get this effect, right, where they could light up different parts of it, which I thought was so cool. So they did it this way for their for their winter solstice celebration, which was really awesome. If you know, you know. This is so these three stars up here, plus these three here, plus these two here. This is the Orion constellation. This was on the roof. This was on the roof. Oops, sorry. On here. I love the Orion constellation. I consider it an old friend. If you know, you know. So getting the chance to see it on the roof, it made me feel like I was visiting Lodge with an old friend. Brother Orion, if you will. They call this the handsome section. 3 awesome Masons and brethren I met. Actually, I knew them beforehand, but I get to see them in Colombia. One of them, I didn't even know I would see him there. He just showed up. It was so cool. This is the dinner I had after a 3rd degree. This was I was told this was like a Spanish quiche, Spanish tostada, and this was a paella. And if you know me, you know I love seafood. So getting to eat this after Lodge was really, really cool. All right, I'm going to turn the camera around again. I love cats. So one of the best experiences I had on this trip, and I've talked about this on social media. By the way, please make sure you follow me on social media. All those pictures, you can get much better views of them by following me on Instagram at square_and_compass_promotions. The first event I went to was a solstice celebration. Now, we don't really have those in Ontario. I shouldn't say nowhere. I'm sure they exist somewhere, but we don't really do solstice celebrations. It was still incredible because I got to see a brand new Masonic ceremony, a brand new Masonic ritual done in Spanish. It was really, really cool. The second event I went to, though, or Masonic meeting I went to, was a 3rd degree, which obviously we have in Ontario. The entirety of the 3rd degree, the opening, the closing, and everything in between, was done in Spanish. And it was another example of the universality of Freemasonry, because even though I couldn't speak a word of what they were saying, I understood everything that they were saying. Um, because I could follow along beat by beat as it went through the different parts of the degree, as it went through the different parts of the ritual, which was, I mean, I think that goes to demonstrate and show the beauty of the craft, the beauty of Freemasonry. The fact that I can know what's happening without needing to know the words. It goes to show when I talked before and I said we in Freemasonry, we don't share secrets, or I don't share secrets, because I try to maintain the bonds of brotherhood between the past, present, and future generations. This is a perfect example of what I meant by that. If I start to share the secrets with people who are not Freemasons, the bond I had with those brothers in Bogota, my ability to understand what they're doing and what they're saying and how they're conducting the degree, it's lessened, because now it's not simply a relationship and knowledge shared between me and my Spanish brethren, it's knowledge shared with the world, which affects that relationship. Anyways, I would strongly recommend something, neighbors above, drop something. Every Mason, if you can, I know it's not always possible, but if you can, every Mason should try to listen to or try to attend a Masonic meeting held in a language other than his own, and especially held in a language that you don't understand, just as a way to remember or reinforce the universal nature of the brotherhood. So don't think that just because you can't understand the language, you can't attend a meeting. Bring your dues card. Be prepared to maybe set up the lodge or prove you're a Mason in other ways. But just because you can't understand the words, you may not be able to understand the words with your brain, but you can understand the words with your heart. So that's my opinion on that. So yeah, Bogota was beautiful. Nothing but respect and thanks to everybody who helped make my trip possible. Again, the brethren who gave me rides to and from the airport, the brethren who fed me, the brethren who invited me to the Masonic events, as well as everybody who made the trip possible. I'm including the airport staff, everything from pilots and flight attendants to the people who work in the airports, to the people who work in customs, to the hotel staff, to the public transit staff. I took public transit for the majority of my trip. If I can, I try to avoid taking taxis and Ubers, because I want, when I'm traveling, to be part of the community, and that includes using public transit, shopping at the local restaurants, eating the local food, eating street vendor food, all that jazz. And yeah, to everybody who helped make the trip possible, thank you. I've been a Freemason for 20 years, just about. I joined in 2007, which is crazy to think it's been that long. One sub away from 3,100 subs. We can make it happen, people. We can make it happen. So then did the third degree, ate the food, flew back, got a ride to the airport, flew back from Colombia through Fort Lauderdale back to Chicago. Again, no issues entering the States through Colombia with my Canadian passport. The border agent was super cool, super friendly. No issues crossing. I was nervous because sometimes there's a reputation about Colombia. No issues getting back through. And then I flew, excuse me, got to get more water, more coffee. And then I flew back to Chicago. And this goes again to what I was talking about, the universality of the craft, the brotherhood of the craft. I I arrive in Chicago around 11 in the morning. My bus to take me back to, well, Detroit, and then I got a ride from Detroit to Windsor, is leaving about 11 o'clock p.m. So I have, or 10 o'clock actually. So I have basically 10 hours to kill. I was debating, and not only do I have 10 hours to kill, but I have 10 hours to kill in freezing cold temperatures. So I'm trying to decide what to do. And then I remember I've got some very good Masonic brethren and friends at Glenview Masonic Temple in Glenview, Illinois, which by transit took me about an hour to get to. It would have taken about 20 minutes if I took a taxi, but the transit is a lot cheaper. You take the blue line to Jefferson, and then you take the 270. The point is, it took about an hour. So basically, I got there by noon. Still had, 9-10 hours before my bus. And they were having what was like a lodge of instruction, a officer school. Yes, to kill as in time. I promise, to kill as in time. Followed by refreshments. So the point is, again, reinforcing this idea of brotherhood. I'm not from Glenview. I've been there many times, and I know the brothers there, but I'm not from there. I have a layover. I'm not sure what to do. I can stop off at this building. I go through the doors. I know how to work the elevator. I go down. They know me. They welcome me. They, give me a hug. They point me to the food. I get to hang out with them. I get to eat food. Delicious, delicious beef. They had basically beef sandwiches, chicken. It was delicious. They had coffee. They had donuts. They had desserts. They had Coca-Cola. The point is, most people, if you're not a Freemason and you have 12 hours, 10 hours to kill between a flight and a bus, especially if it's freezing outside, you're probably just going to sit in the airport for 10 hours, maybe need to spend, $20, $30, $40 on a meal. If you're a Mason and you know there's something happening, you can spend $7 on bus fare and then get an absolutely delicious meal, delicious food, delicious drinks, brotherhood, warmth, friendship for $7, and that's just the cost of the bus fare. I probably could have called somebody to pick me up, to be honest, but I didn't want to inconvenience them. And I think that just goes to, once again, remind people, you should never join Freemasonry to get something from it. But having said that, if you are lucky enough to be a Freemason, there are serious and significant benefits, right? And for me, what it reminded me of, what it reinforced, is anywhere I travel, really in the world, the Philippines, Bogotá, Chicago, Michigan, London, Scotland, anywhere I travel in the world, I'm lucky enough and blessed enough to have brothers who will help me, support me, feed me, take care of me, and also that reinforce that I have a responsibility. If any brethren are traveling to Windsor and I learn of their travels, I have a responsibility to do the same for them. So, yeah, I'm not saying it's exclusive. Maybe the military is another example of where you get this, but I feel very lucky that I had those things available. And again, I've known people who have 10, 12-hour layovers, and have no idea what to do with themselves except spend their money on overpriced airport food because it's so expensive at the airport, I get a meal completely free, all I can eat, and companionship and friendship. I have never heard of a light worker, Blue B. I'm not sure to what that refers. The closest thing I could guess would be light as in electricity, like, fixing lights on the street or street lights or something. 3,100 subs. We did it. Hopefully, we're not going to stop there. The next goal is to get to 10,000 lifetime watch hours or 4,000 watch hours within the last 12 months. Well, we're working on getting more. People come and go. It's fine. Please hit that like and subscribe button, though. I'd very much appreciate it. And Ricksmace, if you want to help me with that, share this stream. Find more people to watch. Right now I have a total of 3 watchers, 2 watchers. Who knows? It goes up and it goes down. That's fine. We've had 823 total views on this stream thus far. So not exactly doing Candace Owens numbers, but fair enough. Well, but you're still here, so I still appreciate you being here nonetheless. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear it. I mean, you're the one who's here, in fairness, so you are at least partaking in this shit, if not sharing it. Or you can do a 99-cent super chat. You can support the stream that way. Or if you haven't subscribed yet, get yourself, subscribe and get yourself to 3,100 or get me to 3,101. But once again, we are at 3,100 subs. We are on the road to 10,000 watch hours lifetime and 4,000 watch hours within the last 12 months. But for now, let's wait. Let's see who else joins. I need to grab some food quickly because I am starving, or at least some snacks. You got 3,800 watch hours. So in the last 12 months, Rick's Mace, it's a very hard thing to say. I'm just going to call you Rick's. Is that 3,800 in the last 12 months, or is that 3,800 lifetime? Because if you got 3,800 in the last 12 months, you're well on your way to getting 4,000 as well. So good for you. I'm actually close to that. Right now, I am at 3,792 public watch hours. So it's getting close. It's getting on the right track. And also, for that matter, what do you talk about on your stream? What is the Rick's Mace stream all about? Good for you. What is your old stuff about? What is your stream about in general? This stream, obviously, it's about Freemasonry. I was just talking about my trip to Bogotá, Colombia, and meeting with the brothers there and how much fun it was. And also the lessons I think we within Freemasonry should take from travels and why travel is so important and so vital when it comes to being a Freemason. Why? Well, don't break into cars. That seems terrible. I mean, why would you record yourself doing that? Won't that just get you in trouble? The gym stream seems cool, and the drinking, I mean, just drink in moderation. Don't let yourself, be very careful how much you drink, I suppose. But maybe don't be breaking into cars. Seems like you're recording your. I would not be recording myself breaking into cars, but hey, you do you. Seems like it's working for you. You're at what, 3,800 watch hours, so good for you. Well, still, one should not do that. I'm going to go on record. Don't break into people's cars. I'm putting it out there. It's a bad thing to do. But what do I know? I'm just one man on a stream with 3 whole people watching. So what do I know, But these streams were just hanging out. So basically what I'm doing is 5 hours on, then taking a break, then going back for 5 hours. Well, thank you, Rix. I appreciate that. We are, like I said, we're talking about Freemasonry. So I just finished talking about my trip to Bogotá, which was an absolute blast. Bogotá is a beautiful country. And now I'm here. 333. I don't know what 333 means, Scribbity. Who is 333? Or what is a 333? Oh, I do. You're right. You were probably here before. I don't recognize the name off the top of my head, but you could have very well been here before and hit the sub button, right? When you have a lower stream count, what you end up getting is, the algorithm will push it to people who are already watched it and subbed it sometime in the past. Though what I would say is, now we're at 34, is maybe turn on your notifications so whenever I am on a live stream, you can find it. Or whenever I stream, you'll know, and you can respond to it or jump in or whatever it might be. So turn on your notifications. And for me, I'm going to go and grab some chips. I'll be back in a moment. As my wheelchair rattles. All right, I got my chips. I got my salt and vinegar. Let's just hang out and see who wants to talk. Well, 33rd. Every Mason, every conspiracy theorist will say that 33 is the most important number in Freemasonry, which it's not. The 3rd degree is the most important number in Freemasonry. The 3rd degree. Chips is code for chips, Coburg. Chips is code for chips. We don't need any more conspiracy theories online. Having said that, I hope you're doing well. Let me know how it's going. Let me know what you thought about my, if you were watching, any thoughts you have about my trip to Colombia. If you've ever been to Colombia, all that good jazz. Actually, Scribby, it does. People don't realize it, but certain Masonic phrases did make their way into popular culture. Including getting the 3rd degree. Square conduct is another one. Blackball is another one. So it is where it comes from. Well, they don't interrogate you when you graduate. It's not. It's fine. I mean, I've been through the third degree and I've seen it done a million times. It's almost sarcastically said. It's really not a big deal. The third degree is a wonderful degree. Don't get me wrong, but the way like it's used colloquially is not really reflective of what it is. Other than it's a very important degree, and I guess what I'd say is getting the third degree from a Masonic perspective just means you're getting a very important degree, and it's a very important moment in your Masonic career. I was born without legs, so I was born missing my legs. I used to use artificial limbs when I was younger. I switched to a wheelchair when I went to high school and stayed ever since. But I don't getting the third degree. I don't even think getting the third degree necessarily means to interrogate. Like colloquially, to me, when I hear somebody say they're getting the third degree, it just means they're going through like a stressful experience. The third degree in Freemasonry isn't stressful, but it is important. It's, you get a chance to grow within the lodge and grow within Freemasonry and become an important part of the craft, because now you can take an office, you can be the worshipful master, you can take part in more of the business meetings, which in some jurisdictions you need to be a third degree. You need to get your third degree to take part in your meetings, in your business meetings, things like that. I mean, yeah, vetting is a good way to describe it. Once you are getting the third degree, then the vetting is done because you're getting the third degree. You're already involved in it. But beforehand, there is kind of a vetting process. Another word you hear often is proficiency. It's more like you're proving your proficiency, which means you're proving that you are proficient enough in the second degree to get your third. And before you get your second degree, you need to prove that you're proficient enough in the first degree to get your second. But yeah, I mean, you can use the idea of vetting. That's not a bad way to describe it by any means. Yeah, born without them, which is okay. I mean, the thing is, I'm so handsome and cool that if I also had legs, it would be too much for people. So they had to do something. By the way, I'm not I know that I'm here on stream and I want everybody to watch my stuff, but I will say this, Red Letter Media just put out a new video. I always love their holiday and their Christmas stuff. So after you're done watching me, red watch some Red Letter Media. Field of Vision. How many people have I killed and buried? 0. I have killed and buried 0 people. And just to be clear, that doesn't mean I've killed 5 people and buried 0 people, or I haven't killed anybody but helped bury 5 bodies after the fact. I have both killed 0 people and buried 0 people. Just to be clear, Freemasonry, we're not killing and burying anybody. Just to make sure people know. I have no legs. Do you know what a pain in the butt it is to dig a hole, and especially if you have no legs? I am not a U.S. veteran, K00K4. Having said, I was born missing my legs, and I'm from Canadian. I'm from Canada as well. Having said that, thank you so much for being here. I hope you're doing well. I hope you'll take a moment to hit the like button and the subscribe button. Same thing with you, Field of Vision. Same thing with you, Extrañas. Share the stream. Consider doing a 99-cent super chat. Let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. To dig a hole? Oh, North Star. Trying to dig a hole while you have no legs is a massive pain in the butt. You have no idea. Um, which is why I'm not killing and burying anybody. And if I were to, even if I had legs, I still wouldn't want to do it because I'm very lazy. But K4. I know there is actually, I've never been to Spain, much to my sadness. I would love to visit it, but there is a lot of Freemasonry in Spain. So maybe you could visit some Masonic lodges there in the past. That's true. That's what the stewards are for, technically. It's getting a little bit dark. Give me 1 second. That's what the stewards are for. That's the lowest office. I should get them to do it. Get things a little bit more lit, more well lit. EA stands for Electronic Arts. EA stands for Entered Apprentices. When you first join Freemasonry, you get your first degree. And the first degree, you are called an Entered Apprentice. So, yeah, that's what you are when you first join. So the joke is the EA had to do the grunt work. Well, that's really not the case. Having said that, if you are an Entered Apprentice, I mean, it never hurts to take a bit of time to volunteer, to do some work around the lodge, clean up, set up. That's how you grow within Freemasonry. There was this, again, in Yellowstone. I remember Kevin Costner said, low man work makes you a cowboy. Putting in some time and effort at the grunt work, cleaning the lodge, it's what makes you a Freemason. That's pretty funny, Alex Nags. Please hit like and subscribe. Well, you are welcome to your own opinion, K00K4. I'm a Freemason, and I don't consider myself evil, but you are free to think what you want. Can't convince you otherwise. And my purpose here isn't to try. My purpose is just to talk about my views on Freemasonry, why I love it, and to promote the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it is located. You grow in Freemasonry by knowing as much as you possibly can. You don't have to work scribbity. For better or worse, there is no work requirement in Freemasonry the way there is in other organizations to advance. You need to prove your proficiency, which means you need to be able to answer certain questions. It's like a test. But if you want to, get the most out of your Masonic journey and be the best Mason you can be, the more work you put into Freemasonry, and the more effort you put into it, the better you will understand Freemasonry. It's that old expression, to be one, ask one, right? So, that's the wrong expression. It's like the old expression, you get out of it what you put into it. So the more you put into Freemasonry and all aspects of it, the more you will get out of it. I do believe in God. To be a Freemason, you must believe in a supreme being. I would not describe myself as religious, though. 224, Christ is King. We have many Christian Freemasons who would agree with you 100%. I would not describe myself as Christian per se. Having said that, it's still wonderful to have you here. 224, I hope you'll hit that like and subscribe button. And thank you for joining. They're odd fellows, that's for sure. Sorry, I'm not sure, Scribbity, what you mean by the force behind it. Do you mean the force behind the Supreme Being? Like what? I'm not sure I understand the force. Or kind of what the reference is. the force behind the supreme being. That's, I mean, every Mason will have his own will have his own oh, I see. No, you're not evil, but the force is behind. Yeah, I guess that's a really good question. That'd be my question too. Like, what are the forces behind Freemasonry? To what are you referring? Because Freemasonry is not a global enterprise, right? It's jurisdictional. There are different jurisdictions that have different leadership, but there is no single global force, quote unquote, behind Freemasonry. Really? You could argue there is no force. Like, it is not, there's nothing behind Freemasonry in any jurisdiction, in the sense that it's all out front, it's all open. I know exactly who the Grand Master is, I know exactly what the rules are, I know exactly what the constitutions say. Well, palindromistic, can you hit the like and subscribe button so fast? That's the bigger question. There is a fair, well, I guess scribbly, you'd have to define like a lot. Certainly, um, I wouldn't describe it as a lot personally. Well, it depends what you want to get out of it. Like, again, it goes back to that question of how much do you want to get out of Freemasonry? If you're like me and you're doing this stream and you're talking about Freemasonry all the time, there is absolutely a ton of study and research. Sorry about that. Let's do it again. It's a bit better. A ton of research and studying and learning about it. And if you're the worshipful master, if your goal is to get your first 3 degrees, there's a bit of studying, but usually it's not too excessive. But let's say you decided you wanted to know as excuse me, as much about Freemasonry as you could, then you will spend your whole life studying it and not even scratch the surface. Well, K00K4, there's a lot to go through there. I'm actually a member of a Masonic lodge in Israel, Lodge Holy Land number 50, which meets out of Tel Aviv. I'm an affiliate member. I've never actually been there or met with them in person, but I affiliate with them to support the lodge. I don't think it's an either or. Do you support Israel or Palestine? I mean, personally, and this is me speaking, I don't speak for Freemasons, I speak for myself. I'm a two-stater. I believe in a two-state solution. I think the actions in Gaza were absolutely atrocious. Pick your term. You can call it whatever you want. I avoid using legal terms. What I'll say is I think it was shameful, embarrassing. I'm definitely not a fan of the government of Israel, including Benjamin Netanyahu, but I always believe you need to separate the people of a country from the government, and that includes in Israel. So I don't support the government, but the people who live there, I have no issue with them. And to the people in Gaza and in Palestine who are still struggling and suffering in refugee camps, dealing with lack of sanitation, lack of food, lack of aid, my heart breaks for them, as everybody's heart should break. I mean, there's a difference also between supporting a political entity like a country and the people who live therein, where you want to keep that in mind as well. Well, I mean, I will never be a reviler of anybody's religion, whether it be Judaism or anything else. I've known a lot of Jewish people who are, as far as I can tell from the outside looking in, are very much respectful and following of the faith, and they're good people. Actually, my roommate way back in the day was I guess very observant would be the term, and he was Jewish, and he was a really cool dude. Um, so I'm I would never say there's a problem with a religion or the religion. It's how it's interpreted and how it's operated. Um, I mean, ultimately, when you're talking about the symbolism, the thing you need to keep in mind is Freemasonry derived or evolved from stone Masonic guilds in the Middle Ages, the 15th and 16th centuries. And so, not all, but the vast majority of our symbols were adopted or borrowed from stone Masonic guilds. For example, the square and compasses that you see, right? Those are Masonic tools, a square and a compass. We within Freemasonry took those tools, took those symbols, and while a stonemason will apply them to an actual piece of stone to shape it and form it into something useful for mankind, part of a house, part of a wall, we take those tools and those symbols and metaphorically apply them to ourselves. So, like we with this square will metaphorically apply it to ourselves to make sure our actions are square, meaning our actions are fair and honest and decent. The checkered pattern, it depends where you're at. If you're in America, though, usually what it's meant to represent is the duality between good and evil, and a reminder that we should try as much as we can to move in the path of good and not evil. But it reminds us that the evil's always there, and we have a responsibility to try as much as we can to focus on the good part of both ourselves and the world, and to build that part up. I am not a cult. I don't think a person can be a cult. I am not in a cult. I'm a Freemason. The Lens of Leisure, please hit like and subscribe. I'd greatly appreciate it. I don't know if I would call television a cult. I do think sometimes people can view Freemasonry as a cult. Sorry, view television as a cult, excuse me. Certainly, I think if you are spending so much of your time watching television that you're refusing to engage in any other aspect of one's life, or you're ignoring your friends, ignoring your family, ignoring your work to watch television, then it could be that television is kind of like a cult. It really just depends on how you treat it, right? I would say in that case, though, I wouldn't call television a cult. I'd call television a addiction, or an addiction at that point, more so than a cult. Freemasons are many times rich. Why is that? I mean, I'm a Freemason. I'm not rich. I'm not rich one time, nor am I rich many times. If you want to help me become rich as a Freemason, perhaps you could do a 99-cent super chat. I guess I just disagree with the premise of your question. I've not seen any evidence that Freemasons, at least in Canada or the United States, are richer than, let's say, the average. Um, I think if a lodge wanted to, what it could do is, because there's dues to join Freemasonry, right? So, I pay anywhere between $40 a year to a couple $100 per year, depending on which lodge I'm a member of. If a lodge wanted to and wanted to be exclusively for rich people, they could choose to just set their dues at like $2,000 a year, which is going to limit the number of people who can join to those who can afford that amount. But most lodges are not doing that because you so limit the pool from which you can have membership. I mean, they may be in Finland. I can't speak for that, but I can speak in my experience. Freemasons are not particularly rich. They're probably primarily middle class, has been my experience. If you're, very, very poor, you may not be joining Freemasonry because you won't have the time to join. You'll be spending all your time either working or saving your money. But, I would say I've not seen any evidence that Freemasonry equals rich, and I've been a Mason for 20 years. Yeah, I've never heard of tessellation either. Hade7664, message now retracted. You can ask your question. I can't promise you I can answer, but I'll do my best. Just let me know what the question is. I'll see what I can do. That really depends. on the Mason and the jurisdiction. In Ontario, my jurisdiction, really, to be a Freemason, there's one meeting you have to attend, and that's your installation. And the installation takes usually between an hour and a half to 2.5 hours. Plus, there's a couple meetings you have to go through to get to know the Masons, for them to get to know you. But after that, after you're done with that meeting and that initiation, you never have to attend a Masonic meeting or event ever again. Once a year, you can just send a check in with your dues, however much they are, and you're a Mason forever. There are some jurisdictions that require you to attend at least 3 meetings per year. So that can happen as well, where you have to attend the 3 meetings in a year. It really depends, but even that's 3 meetings a year, right? There are Masons like me who, there were times when I was spending 50 hours a week on Freemasonry. But that's because I was very active. I took on leadership positions. I was always visiting. I was always traveling. Again, I guess it goes back to what I said before. You get out of it what you put into it, which is to say, the more time you dedicate to Freemasonry, the more you will get out of Freemasonry. What do you think about the Australian beach incident? I assume you're talking about Bondi Beach. I think it was horrible. I think it was a tragedy. I think the loss of, I suppose in any circumstances, but I think in some ways, because it was targeting a religious observance, there's a particular level of sadness that I think can come with that, at least for me. And so, yeah, I think it's a tragedy. Well, I had savings and I don't have a family and I don't spend money on shoes. And I'm trying to fund it right now by this channel, turning my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. So please consider doing a super chat. So then what's the point? Well, there is no point to Freemasonry in like what is the point of a boys' night out? It's to be with other guys, right? Like, the fascinating thing about Freemasonry is most groups, they start with an activity and then work backwards, in a sense, right? So for example, if you enjoy knitting, you may decide you want to knit with other people. So you start with the activity and the love of knitting, and then you put up a poster at the library saying, we're going to start this knitting club on Mondays. Come hang out. And you see who joins. If you enjoy drinking coffee, maybe you start a coffee club. Freemasonry, what's so fascinating about it is it kind of started with no purpose except the desire to meet and to belong to something. Because what happened is Freemasonry, you had stone mason guilds in the Middle Ages. These were basically like unions in a sense. Freemasons, people who were not stonemasons, but liked the idea of being part of a group, being part of something bigger than themselves, decided to ask if they could join these guilds. They didn't want to learn how to work with stone. They didn't want to become stonemasons, but they liked the idea of being part of fellowship, being part of a group, the social safety net aspect of the group, as well as the social interactions you get, the friendships. And so they, the stone Masonic guilds, to, their credit, allowed these men to join. They were known as speculative Masons. And what that meant is they paid their dues into the guild, and they could go to the halls, the locations. They could have dinner with them, break bread with them, hang out with them, develop their own kind of ceremonies and rituals to create bonds of brotherhood while not needing to build things out of stone. So in some ways, Freemasonry is the purest form of the desire that men have to gather and be part of something bigger than themselves. And then every Mason from that point on finds his own reason. So, for example, there are some men I've known who they're Masons, who their grandfather was a Mason, their father was a Mason. They like the idea of being a Mason. They like the idea of having the card in their pocket, the dues card that says they're a Mason, but they have no interest in attending meetings. They're doing it purely because it makes them feel closer to their family. Others, they love Freemasonry the way you might love your favorite song and want to take part in it as much as they can. Um, the So we do have female Freemasons in a variety of different ways. There's the Order of Women Freemasons, which has actually been around longer than women have had the right to vote, which is a Masonic order for women exclusively. There's Co-Masonry, which is a liberal order, which primarily it's in France, is where it's most popular, but that's for men and women. And then there's Eastern Star, which is a Masonic group for men and women. Historically, if you were a woman and you wanted to join Eastern Star, you had to have a relation to a Mason, wife, mother, sister, child. Now, my understanding is they don't really require a relation anymore. And there's also youth groups like Order of Rainbow, which is for young women aged 9 to 21. The Rotary Club is not part of Freemasonry. The Rotary Club is a different organization. Like Freemasonry, it's a civic organization, or civics organization. And it's a great group. I wish them nothing but the best, but they're not Masonic. There are a lot of Rotarians who might be Masons, but Dakita Harris, hi, I'm new and the chat. Welcome, Dakita. Thank you for being here. It's wonderful to have something new, or somebody new, excuse me. I hope you'll hit the like, brother, and the like button and the subscribe button. Consider a super chat, hang out, let me know if you have any thoughts on Freemasonry. You're not wrong, Rondo. I'm sure some of the guys did join because they had a fascination on building techniques, but over time, certainly the speculative or gentleman Freemasons definitely reached a point where the interest was for fellowship and not for building techniques. Yes, Brother Courtney, I agree. Freemasonry is great. By the way, Courtney, if you think I ever get anything wrong in my explanations, please let me know. And you're welcome to jump in, because I certainly don't always get things right, or I certainly don't always explain things correctly or as well as I could. So if you think I ever dropped the ball, jump in. No worries. I hope I was able to explain things well. KOOK. Thank you for being here. I mean, I don't think we need it, Rondo. The idea of having, like, the closest thing we have to that, and it does exist, would be either the Conference of Grand Masters or the I can't think of the name now. The Committee on Recognition, which does kind of act as a go-between. Ultimately, though, I think it's up to each jurisdiction to decide for itself how they want to deal with, interact, and recognize these different groups. And I think we're able to suss it out pretty well already. I'm not sure if we need necessarily any additional bodies to act as kind of go-betweens. If you want to be a Masonic brother, you got to talk to a Masonic lodge that's in your area. Yeah, staying decentralized is a very valid. I think that works best. I've done 2 Masonic ghost hunts. Actually, I've done 3. I've done 3 Masonic ghost investigations, or what I should say is 3 investigations, paranormal investigations at Masonic temples, two in my home, one in Johnstown. Still not afraid of ghosts, but I think ghost tours and ghost hunts can be a really wonderful way to earn income for a Masonic lodge. You don't need to have a portfolio. You do need to be a good person, but I mean, how you define good person, that's up to the Masonic Lodge. Um, you need to be over at least 18 or 21, depending on the jurisdiction. You need to believe in a supreme being. At least that's what you need to start with. Really, though, to honestly, to start, you don't need to think about anything other than going and approaching and expressing an interest. And just take it one step at a time from there. Gavi. It depends. That's really up to you. Freemasonry, it's not like an active force in one's life unless you get out of what you put into it. So your life will definitely not improve financially. Freemasonry is not about making people's lives better financially. Anybody who promises you that you're going to get more money or better finances by being a Freemason is lying to you. At best, they are just incorrect. More than likely, though, they are scamming you. Spiritually, I mean, I guess you have to define spiritually. Freemasonry is not a religion. It's not really worried about the spiritual kind of soul of an individual per se. But I mean, I guess it would be, how do you define spiritually? Certainly on an emotional level, having friends, having a network, not feeling lonely can help people in a sense, in a spiritual sense or an emotional sense. But if you're talking about spiritually in a religious context, Freemasonry is not a religion. So you're not going to get help in that sense. Thank you, Brother Courtney. That's very fine. That's very kind of you. Excuse me. That's very kind of you. Money comes and goes. That's true. That's not an excuse to not, be careful with it and not to allow yourself to become um, it doesn't mean that you should just be spending your money willy-nilly and not careful. But yes, I will say there are more important things in life than money. That's not to say that money isn't important. It doesn't matter, though. Especially the less you have. I don't want to be one of those people who says it doesn't matter. If somebody's starving, because they can't afford food, then money's pretty important. And luckily, Freemasonry might be there through charitable means to help them out. I hope everybody is doing well. Please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. Happy solstice. We are well on track. We are past 3,100 subs, and I'm well on the way to 4,000 watch hours in the last 365 days and 10,000 lifetime watch hours, both of which will be incredibly helpful towards this channel and towards turning my passion for Freemasonry into profession. Dan Q, how is it going? Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. How's it going? Dan, so I was talking about my trip to beautiful Bogotá, Colombia, which was incredible. I showed off all the pictures. You can find all the pictures on my Instagram at square_and_compass_promotions. You can find it all on social media, on Twitter, on X, all that good jazz. Facebook as well. And just hang out. We're going to give it a bit more time, and we're going to wait to see who joins. So what I'm doing is, for every stream, So normally on the 21st of every month, I do a 24-hour live stream and I go straight 24. I'm not doing it this time. I want to try something different. Also, because what I find is as the stream goes on, the numbers tend to drop. But if I start and stop and restart, the numbers tend to go back up. So I will be doing a 5-hour stream followed by a break, followed by another 5-hour stream. So it goes 5-hour stream, 2-hour break. So this first stream will finish around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There'll be a 2-hour break. It'll be a break till 9. Then there'll be another 5-hour stream, then another 2-hour break, etc., etc. So we'll see how it goes. Well, Jay, if you hit the like and subscribe button, I will get a life. But you're gonna hit like and subscribe first. Bill Field, it's doing well. I don't know. Let's see if I can get a decent shot of it for you guys. I got my long sleeve shirt on, but let's see. I don't know how there you go. Not the best. There you go. From Advanced Tattoo, it's the entrance of King Solomon's Temple. With the stone path, it's going from this Don Quixote picture. So thank you, Advanced Tattoo. It's actually where I've got pretty much all of my tattoos, except I got a couple done in Winnipeg when I was visiting family. My poor mom, I don't think my mom was very happy with me for getting tattoos, but that's a whole other issue. No, yeah, it gets less and less red, right? As time goes on, it calms down. If you ever got a tattoo, because you'll know, because it's not just the tattooing itself, it's the fact they have to shave the hair and then they wrap it in the plastic wrap or the second skin, and that can cause some redness sometimes. So, it gets better. I've got a bunch of tattoos. There's always a little bit of redness. All right, Jay, I think I have to put you in a timeout. I try not to put people in timeouts as much as I can help it, but every now and then it has to happen. It was, Brother Courtney. You are absolutely right. It was indeed an honor to meet. It's always an honor to meet brethren from anywhere, but I think meeting brethren from a different country, especially when they're kind enough to welcome you to their meeting as well as to their dinners, that is absolutely an honor. It's both an honor to meet them and to get to know them and to hear their Masonic ritual in different languages. That's really, really special. I have one from 55 years ago. A tattoo? How did it hold up? I mean, my tattoos are about 10 years old. Even now, I notice they're starting to get a little bit duller, but just a little bit. They're still doing pretty good, so. I would. 100% the oven. If you try to reheat it in the microwave, it gets soggy, I find. I mean, pizza's pizza. It's good no matter what, but. How do you find Bill Feld? How do you find the tattoo has held up? Does it still look good? Because again, mine are 10 years old. They're still doing good, but they are getting a little bit. Okay, so yeah, I think probably the more detailed it gets, the probably more it runs, and over time the details become less visible. Well, Bill Feld, if you want to make it to Windsor, we do our tattoos every year at the same time, usually in November or December. So you're welcome to join us. Me and my friends will get you in there. We'll all get matching tattoos as we do, or not even matching tattoos, but we all get tattoos at the same time. So you're welcome to join. Actually, I think we might get Michael. He's on the stream sometimes. Michael Moore to join us next year. Not the director. One thing though I have to do, and for this, I'm not going to have you guys join me because it would be weird. I have to run to the washroom like crazy. So back in 2 minutes. This is my co-host, Dan Q. I will answer your question when I get back in 2 minutes, I promise. But I have to go to the washroom like crazy. Pontiac is not far. Pontiac is not far from Windsor. All right. All this Coke and coffee and stuff. Coca-Cola, the drink. Kevin Bradley. If you could, then, well, there you go. I thought I was far enough away from the washroom. Hello, Bill Feld. All right. Let's hold on just 1 second. Let's see. Somebody asked me above somewhere. Kind of hear there's something up there. Oh, let me just put this on the thing. Oh, hope you guys can hear the kids upstairs. It sounds like some kids are excited for Christmas. All right. What would you recommend living in a country like USA or Canada? Yeah, I mean, it's all right. It's fine. It's only 5:30, so I can't complain too much. They're usually pretty good. They don't bug me when I'm sleeping anyways. Um, I had an issue. I've been lucky, never had really, really big issues with Freemasonry with crossing the border. I have a lot of respect for, again, the people who work at the border because it's not an easy job. So I try to give them the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I love living in Canada. In my opinion, Canada is the greatest country in the world. That's not to say I don't also love living in the United States. I don't love visiting, the United States. I always say Canada's the greatest country in the world because you have the greatest neighbors in the world. Having said all of that, I guess I think it's just personal decision. I think it depends on what you're looking for, especially the idea of like the rural versus urban. It depends on your work, your family, what you value. I think, look, at the end of the day, everywhere you live, everywhere you move to, at the end of the day, you're still there. So you have the responsibility to try and make the most of it, right? There's a lot of really great things about living in the city. There's a lot of really great things about living in a rural area. But if you are an unhappy person, then whenever and wherever you live, you might not enjoy it. So keep that in mind for whatever it's worth. I love Minnesota. I grew up in Winnipeg, Bill Feld. I grew up in Winnipeg, Manitoba. So obviously Minnesota, not too far from me. I remember traveling down to the States a few times, going to the Mall of America. Father underscore Fred. Hello, EA. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Please take a moment to hit the like and subscribe button, um, and let me know how you're doing. And it's wonderful to have an entered apprentice join. You always bring yourself with you. You do. That is very true. You always bring yourself with you, which is why it's so important to like yourself, or at least find a way to live with yourself. The Mechanic's Dream. And by the way, Mechanic's Dream, Father Fred, please take a moment, hit the like and subscribe button. I do these streams every Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. And then on some of these days, I do a special 24-hour live stream or some version of it. I'm 235 miles, so not crazy far, relatively speaking. Obviously, 235, you're not just stopping off to get ice cream. But yeah, Minnesota and Winnipeg are wonderful neighbors. Well, we were discussing my recent trip to Bogotá, Colombia, and how much I loved and enjoyed it. And now we're back, and I'm just hanging out and answering questions. I don't know where Fargo is. Is that where you're saying you are? Because when I think of Fargo, I think of the movie and the television show. Fargo's a city in North Dakota. But I guess it's right on the border. Colombia was wonderful. Like, legitimately, it was wonderful. Delicious food, wonderful people, excellent Masons. It was an absolute blast. I loved it so. Felt safe to me. I mean, again, I'm not going to speak for anybody else. I can just speak exclusively for myself in saying I felt very safe. The people were friendly. The people were kind. It was absolutely wonderful. So, yeah, I enjoyed it very much. Just east is the biggest town for reference. The biggest town from Fargo or from yourself? The Mechanic's Dream. Have you ever been to Colombia? I mean, and then again, when you say is Colombia good, I can speak for my visit, which was in Bogotá, which is the capital. So I can't speak for all of Colombia, though everything I saw, it was a super friendly, super kind, super cool place, wonderful people, beautiful architecture, and absolutely wonderful people. Fargo is west of me, Detroit Lakes. Okay. It's interesting. I live in Windsor, so as you can imagine, when I hear the word Detroit, I just look across the border and there it is. Detroit is an absolutely beautiful place. I'm going to say it. I think Detroit gets, I think very often Detroit gets a very bad rap, despite the fact that every time I visited there, I love it. It has the biggest Masonic temple in the world, the beautiful Detroit Masonic Temple, and it's just an awesome place. So what was it called before that? Nice, Saber Crosby. That I remember. I was in law school at the time. I was in law school in beautiful University of Windsor, Faculty of Law, which is right across from Detroit. I remember debating whether I wanted to go or not. I ended up not going. Looking back, I kind of regret it. I kind of wish I had gone, but it would have been incredible, I'm sure. That was the WrestleMania where it was John Cena, who just retired, versus Shawn Michaels, if I recall correctly. Interestingly enough, this tattoo, where it says the next one, is in honor of John Cena, because when John Cena was always asked his favorite match or his favorite moment, he always said the next one. Um, and so for me, whenever anybody tells me, like, asks me my favorite wrestling moment or my favorite wrestling match, my favorite Masonic moment or my favorite Masonic meeting, Masonic event, Masonic memory, my answer is the next one, in honor of, well, first, because I think it's just a great answer. And it's this idea of we within Freemasonry need to always be moving forward as much as we can. Mr. Knightley, did you hit the like and subscribe button? That's the better question. Bill Feld, what was that like? I mean, I've heard about those riots, obviously. It's much before my time. I was born 83, and I didn't come to Windsor or Detroit until, I don't know, 2006, whatever it was. But I heard about them. I can only imagine what that was like. Okay, so that was also, yeah, the Battle of the Billionaires. That was Umaga with Donald Trump versus no, so that was Umaga with Vince McMahon versus Bobby Lashley with Donald Trump, I think, if I recall correctly, the Battle of the Billionaires. That's the one where he got Stone Cold stunned. And that's the one where Vince McMahon got his head shaved, right? If I'm not mistaken. And I could very well be mistaken. Well, that makes sense. I mean, Bill Feld, you're going to have different, as you get old. I mean, even me within Freemasonry, right? I've been a Freemason for 20 years. The view that I have on it in 2025 and the view I had on it in 2007 are very, very different, which is a good thing. There's nothing wrong with that. Views should change over time. Um, yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, I will say, not to get political, but I think for a lot of people, it's um, like we look at the current political climate and it seems crazy, and it is in a lot of ways, but it's not like everything was super chill and super easy and super cool back in the day. I think every generation, every decade has had things that probably at the time felt pretty mad indeed. I would agree with that. I think, and we need to adapt to the way that those goals change as well. I think that's as important, right? Because our goals in life are going to change over time. And in the same context, our motivations for like the motivations we have by which we achieve those goals or try to achieve those goals is going to change significantly as well, which is okay. I actually write about that. I'm doing a 5 hour stream, and then I'm taking a 2 hour break. Then I'm doing another 5 hour stream. So I'm going to catch my breath in about an hour and 15 minutes. So, be prepared for that. Not quite the full 24-hour live streams like I used to be doing, but nonetheless, please hit like, please hit subscribe if you're new to the stream. Jump in the chat and let me know any thoughts you have on Freemasonry. We are at 3,101 subs. Thank you so much. Darth Vader, I do this in life. I mean, I don't do this exclusively, but I'm trying my best to turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. Well, and 5 hours of taking questions and listening to people and talking about Freemasonry, and trying to grow the channel. I am well on the road to my 4,000 watch hours combined with my 10,000 lifetime watch hours. Um, so yeah, you can support me. Well, do the super chat and help me that way. I'm not spreading the gospel because Freemasonry is not a religion. We have no gospel. But I am spreading, I guess I'm spreading my views and my opinions on Freemasonry, which is my favorite thing to do. What's Freemasonry? I never understood the concept. Oh, it is Bill Feld. That's the coolest part about it. That's by far the coolest part of it. I do not know about that Z4. I do not give financial advice. If you want to invest in Bitcoin, it's a risk, but you do what you want. I did had podcasts though about Freemasonry and Bitcoin investment. Um, I mean, Darth Vader, the simplest answer is Freemasonry is a social club or social group. I mean, the concept of Freemasonry is at its core the same as the concept for any other group, providing people with an outlet to fulfill their desire for social connection and human contact. That's no different than an online community or a knitting community. Freemasonry just happens to be a concept that um, evolved out of stone masonry in the Middle Ages, 15th and 16th centuries. I mean, I don't disagree with you, Bill Feld, and listening to different languages in a Masonic context, excuse me, is particularly wonderful and an absolutely great feeling also. Um, Certified Ripper. I mean, I could do your stonework for free and it would be worth exactly what you paid for because I can't manage to build anything to save my life. I do not know how to build things out of stone. So if you pay me nothing, honestly, that's probably all my stonework is worth. I am not the type of person who should be building anything. Um, for you. Freemasonry, we do not build things like we do not literally build things. We build things metaphorically. It's interesting, Bill Feld. I've actually talked about this, and Bill Feld, I do hope you'll check me out if you can on Medium, because I've written a lot about Freemasonry as well. And one of the things I've written about when it comes to Freemasonry is the value of communicating in different languages. Back when I was a secretary, I used to always make sure that our lodges, that our communications were done in both English and French. I've done events where I had a English, French, and a sign language interpreter. Languages also in Braille, making sure we have on our signage Brailles for people who can like in an elevator or something for safety reasons. Also, encouraging us to use Braille on our various, to use Braille on all of our different, what's the word I'm looking for? Plaques. And if you are creating, let's say you live in a community that speaks primarily or has a large population that speaks Spanish as a first language, why not make sure that you have resources and information about Freemasonry in Spanish or in French? Especially in Canada, we have two official languages. You can even consider using Freemasonry to help the preservation of indigenous languages, be it in Europe, Celtic languages, or be it here in Canada, indigenous languages like Ojibwe. I was really proud of trying to use Freemasonry to do those things. I don't Shot on you, sir. Just your club. I don't join too many groups. There are rules in any group. It's kind of hard to have a group and not have some type of structure and some type of rules to them. I would say I don't find the rules in Freemasonry particularly cumbersome. That's for sure. Um, Found out my great great grandfather was an early Mason. Awesome, Underground Thomas. That's very cool. I mean, Freemasonry, certainly in America, started on the East Coast in New England with people traveling from, England and United Kingdom primarily along the colonies. The first Masonic Lodge was in Boston, if I recall correctly, but certainly all along the East Coast, New York, etc., etc. It would have made its way there. Um, Tell us where the Freemason went from town to town. I'm not sure to what you're referring. This is not me. I mean, the only one I could think of is Paul Revere. He went from town to town in America, warning that the British were coming. I don't know if that means anything. Your Man Kool-Aid. Please, Your Man Kool-Aid, hit the like and subscribe button. I mean, I've been to dozens of Masonic buildings around the world. One of my favorite things to do is to visit Masonic buildings from around the world, to take pictures, and to share those pictures on social media. I've never seen any indication of underground. I mean, there are basements in them. I've never seen any indication of underground bunkers. Certainly not going down 5 feet or more. That seems pretty crazy to me. So, um, I do not know. Uh, uh, I mean, I think that's a lot of conspiracy-minded nonsense. I mean, Masonic buildings are some of the most amazing buildings in the world. Absolutely. Um, we don't have any underground bunkers in them. I say that. I wouldn't be shocked if some Masonic building somewhere was built by a crazy person who stuck a bunker in it, but I've never heard of or seen any. Believe me, though, if I ever found a Masonic building with an underground bunker, I would 1,000,000% uh, attend or check it out and take pictures of it. Yeah, I mean, Archie Bunker indeed. Bill Feld. Freemasonry, like, one of the coolest things about Freemasonry by far is how much it, like how much a Masonic lodge is part of the architectural character of the town in which it's located. And that's a really cool part of it is the fact that, even in Windsor, it's a really cool thing where when you're talking about these Masonic lodges in Windsor, it's like, or the Masonic Lodge in Windsor, it's part of the, like, when people think of Windsor, one of the things they think of is the facade of the Windsor Masonic Temple. It's part of the character of the town. And that's true for so many buildings. Temple Street, Detroit Masonic Temple, Chicago, New York, Toronto, all these Masonic buildings became part of the architectural and historical character that makes those towns unique. Bay City in Michigan, great example of that. Philadelphia, 1,000,000%. I mean, I guess if they were, but most Masonic buildings weren't built during the Cold War, Rondo. The great kind of boom period in Masonic building, really, I mean, it kind of started in the 1870s in the East Coast, but it was primarily in the 1920s is when the vast period of Masonic building took place, because that's when there was such a growth in Freemasonry. There was a secondary boom period in the 1950s, and some Masonic buildings were built during that time, like Norfolk, for example. But, it wouldn't shock me, to be honest, if it was a Masonic building that was built in the 50s, if they would have added a bunker, not for the Masons, but for the whole town. I mean, very often Masonic buildings, especially in smaller towns, were used as community centers as much as Masonic buildings. They were places where people would drop off scrap metal for war efforts, hold blood drives, hold immunization clinics, hold town events, policeman auctions. It wouldn't shock me if somebody considered putting in a bunker for a town in the case of an emergency, whether it be a natural disaster or, knock on wood, nuclear war, to put it in there as a place for the town to go. But I've not heard of any or seen any. Well, I mean, I would say Freemasonry very often is the foundation building of most communities. Hello, Jason. Thank you for being here. I've never heard of that. This is not me. Having said that, I would love to find it. Maybe one day I will. Who knows? Um, if I ever get to Norway, believe me, I will look for that tunnel. Do Masons interact with other civic fraternal organizations in their communities? Or is there, I mean, there shouldn't be a beef. We in Freemasonry, we're vegetarians in that we don't want no beef with anyone. Um, so I'm not going to say that organizations don't have beef with us or that we in Freemasonry don't sometimes engage in rivalries, which is stupid because we will not be of any benefit. It does not benefit us at all if, how do I put this? It does not benefit us at all if, Freemasonry grows while every other civic group is declining, because sooner or later that decline is going to come for Freemasonry. It's a bit like the beggar be thy neighbor approach to life, which I've never liked and never understood. We're not going to receive any benefits from seeing civic institutions decline, which is why I say I would absolutely hope that Freemasons get along with everybody of every different group and organization. I don't think it's just good for Freemasonry, it's good for society, it's good for a community. Um, to have strong civic institutions, to have strong civic engagement. What does MTV stand for? Music television, right? I have no idea what the building looks like. Can a Mason be an elk? Sure. I'm sure there's been several Masons who have been elks over the years. There was a term called bury the joiner. This was a divisive or derisive term in the 1920s, and it referred to people who would join everything. Um, they would join every organization and every group. They would join the Moose, the Elks, the Masons, the Rotary, and they were called Barry the Joiner. Um, Good. I'm glad you do, Bill Feldon. Keep on doing that. Keep on meeting with people outside of your circle. In my opinion, there is absolutely nothing wrong with taking the time to try to join and meet with people outside of your circle. I think one of the biggest mistakes we can make is trying to limit our circle. And one of the beautiful things about Freemasonry is I think it absolutely helps people grow their circle to meet people they would not otherwise meet, be it different professions, languages, ages, backgrounds, political, religious beliefs, etc., etc. Spirit 859. This channel is about Freemasonry and promoting the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it is located, as well as talking about my views on Freemasonry, answering questions. I've been a Freemason since 2007. G-Shock. Is there a fake and real side of Freemasonry still? I used to cook for them when I was a kid. So G-Shock, I've never heard of any of that. I mean, there is the legitimate side of Freemasonry, and there's what's called clandestine lodges, which are basically it's pretend or fake Masonic lodges. It would be equivalent to me putting a sign on my front door saying Cameron's Masonic Lodge. Like, it doesn't work that way. You actually have to go about things in the correct procedure. So there's such a thing as clandestine lodges. I don't know what you're referring to by their own language. We have, our rituals, and sometimes for the rituals we'll have a cipher. So, Masons can understand the cipher as written, but non-Masons can. It's a way to protect the private nature of our ceremonies. I have no idea what the shell version is to make money. Masonic lodges primarily make money through dues payments. Having said that, Freemasons, they will build a building, and they'll include within the building a banquet hall or a dance space or whatever it might be for the purpose of for the purpose of making money by selling tickets to events, holding events. But that's not a shell corporation. That's just part of the way the building, pays for itself. So I'm not sure to what you're referring. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy my work, Bill Feld. If you want to help support, share the stream, 99-cent super chat, hit the like button, etc., etc. Find other streams, share with people. The great old WOM, word of mouth. That is how these channels grow. That is how Freemasonry grows. I can't dance. I've seen some Masons who can dance great, underground, Thomas. I'm not one of them. I can't dance to save my life. Our Masons, I think you spelled allowed incorrectly, allowed in petting zoos. I feel like you're making a joke about the goat, the famous Masonic goat. Yes, we are allowed in petting zoos. I haven't been to a petting zoo for years, to be honest. Oh my God, I don't even know the last time I was in a petting zoo. I promise you, though, if we're in a petting zoo, we're not going to steal any goats. I promise you that. User HT3, thank you for that. Please hit the like button. Please hit the subscribe button. I am currently at 3,102 subscribers, which is incredible. Thank you so much. We are on the road to 4,000 watch hours in the last 365 days, as well as 10,000 lifetime watch hours, as well as, I guess we're already past. I was going to say 3,100 subs, but we've already made it past that, which is incredible. So thank you so much for everybody to help make this a success. I have not polished any gold bars. I wish that I could polish some gold bars, but, no luck. No luck at all thus far. Because Freemasons are not rich. Anybody who tells you that if you become a Freemason, you will get access to gold bars is lying to you. Hello, John 130. Please hit the like and subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the claps. Yes, I remember. So I traveled, and I was talking about this earlier in the stream. I traveled to Bogotá, had an incredible time. Came back, noticed I was 25 subs away from getting to the 3,000 sub mark, which made me very happy. So I posted something saying, we're on the road to 3,000 subs. Let's see if we can make it. And the very next day, we actually made it to 3,025 subs. The very next day after that, we made it up more. Now we're at 3,100 subs, which is absolutely wonderful. So thank you to all of you guys. You are helping me turn my passion for Freemasonry into into a profession, and I greatly appreciate that. And as always, if you want to help me, you can hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. What is a gold dollar? I've heard of it, but I don't know what it is. Is it actually like a piece of gold that's worth $1 US? Or because wouldn't that fluctuate? Like the amount of gold that it would take to be worth a dollar in 1950, I feel like would not be the same as the amount of gold. Like day by day, the price of gold fluctuates. How much it's worth fluctuates, unless I'm mistaken. I honestly don't know how any of this stuff works. Do not look at me for financial advice. I did do a podcast about cryptocurrency and Freemasonry, which I really enjoyed, but that's a whole separate thing. Thank you, brother Courtney. Yes, doing this in honor of Texas. I don't know what that means. I don't know what the yellow deli is. I do think, though, Underground Thomas, well, Coca-Cola, which is what we're referring to, this is not me. Good caffeine, believe me, I need it doing streams like this. Um, every Masonic temple should double as a diner, like in the 12 tribes. I don't know what that means, but I will say I do think every Masonic building, if it's possible, especially if it's a self-owned Masonic building and you're not, renting from others, should absolutely have space, not just for refreshments after lodge, but if you're a Mason and you're visiting from out of town or you're interested in learning more about Freemasonry, always make sure you have coffee on hand, have tea, have drinks, have water. Make sure if somebody's coming to visit you, you can welcome them and welcome them with open arms. That stuff is really, really important and really matters, in my oh so humble opinion. Um, I am not a building surveyor, Zach Bork. I'm a Freemason. I talk about our Masonic buildings in terms of what they can be to ensure that we as a fraternity and as a civic group are able to persevere for the next 100 years. But in terms of building surveying and all that stuff, you're on your own. I can't help you with that stuff at all. I just know what I think should be within a Masonic lodge. Yes, Freemasons are dorks, young and powerful. At least I'm a dork, but I'm a very handsome dork, a very cool dork. Please hit like and subscribe and consider doing a super chat. Zach Bork, please hit like and subscribe as well. Kevin Bradley, so Freemasonry is not a religion. I'm not religious either. So I don't know if it's necessarily my place to respond to what a minister should or should not be doing, or to what extent a minister should or should not, like what a minister should or should not turn a blind eye to. What I will say is within Freemasonry, one of the things that kind of is part of the Masonic philosophy is the idea of temperance and finding the due medium between profusion and avarice. Basically, we are kind of part of Freemasonry is a reminder or a prohibition to not be gluttonous. Now, if a Freemason is acting in a manner that is gluttonous, I do 100% think it's completely fair that we as Freemasons, we don't call him out in a mean way, don't call him out in a rude way, but say to him, like, you are acting in a manner that's gluttonous. It might have negative impacts on your life, your health, your well-being, whatever it is. I don't think there's anything wrong with if we recognize a fellow brother is facing challenges, approaching him and talking to him. Thank you, Jade, and I can't pronounce your name. Mamrox. Thank you, Jade. I appreciate that very much. I am not French. At least, I mean, if you go back far enough, I'm sure we all have French in our blood and everything else. But my dad is from England. My mom is from Canada, Winnipeg, Manitoba. And I was born in Canada. Um, I am Jehovah's Witness. Awesome, Zach. I mean, you could join Freemasonry as a Jehovah's Witness. I'm not saying you have to, you don't have to. I'm just saying some people think you have to be a certain religious faith or denomination to join Freemasonry. You do not. We have Freemasons of all different of all different religious faiths. You just must believe in a supreme being. Odd Fellows are not Masons. However, the two groups share a lot of similarities. And I've known many Odd Fellows who are themselves Freemasons. But it's not like if you are one, you're automatically the other. You would have to choose to join both. Okay, Zach. I mean, a lot of people view it that way, and that's great. Good for you. However, you come to the understanding of your supreme being, what it is, that's perfectly fine. And one of the great things about Freemasonry is there is no judgments as to the different ways that people both come to believe in a supreme being and their nature of it. So we have Jehovah's Witnesses, Christian, other types of Christians, Jewish, Muslim, etc., etc. All right, hold on just one sec. I'm going to try to get my phone plugged in here. We are, again, doing a 5-hour stream, followed by a break, followed by another 5-hour stream. So at 7 p.m., so about 50 minutes, I'm going to be taking my first 2-hour break. Who is Kate? I don't know who Kate is, Todd Wilson, unless it's somebody who's been on this stream in the past, in which case I hope that Kate comes back. I hope all of my audience members come back. Sorry, Ambassador 6, you're on your own, but you can hit the like and subscribe button. Oh, how could I forget? Well, let's not summon Kate. That was a very interesting experience last time, that's for sure. It's crazy to think that somebody would be willing to create, I doubt she actually created 1,000 troll accounts, but to actually create all of those accounts, that seems insane to me. Well, I mean, the Odd Fellows are odd fellows indeed. That's one of those jokes I've heard a few different times about the Odd Fellows. Well, the highest degree within Freemasonry is the 3rd degree. This is not me, and I'm a 3rd degree Mason. There is no higher degree. I'm also an 18th degree Scottish Rite, but that's a different those are, when it comes to Scottish Rite, it's an appendant body. The degree that matters is, are you a 3rd degree Master Mason? And if you are, then you are the highest rank you can be. That's what I assume you meant, Zach, when you asked my grade. I assume you meant my grade within Freemasonry. And it is 3rd degree Master Mason. Senna012, yo, how's it going? Please hit that like and subscribe button. I am doing good. But, in Freemasonry, Zach, we don't usually call them, grades. We call them degrees. And getting the first 3 degrees, that's the most important part of your journey. That's called craft Freemasonry or craft lodge. I am always good. How about you, Senna? No worries, but Zach, let me know if I answered your question well and if it made sense. I think Zach's got it figured out. This is not me. It's fine. He gets it. We have been going for 4 hours and 13 minutes. Once we hit the 5 hour mark, that's going to be our first break. Sorry about my phone. I'm just trying to charge it. It's a pain in the butt the way it's always losing its charge. Senna, that is good. I'm glad that things are going well for you. What do you or did you? So I've had a few different jobs, which is crazy. I was a probation officer for about 5 years. Then I worked in a jail for about 5 years. But now I'm here doing this. So do a super chat, Patreon, all that good jazz. Help me turn my passion for profession. Sorry, help me turn my passion for Freemasonry into a profession. Just by being here, you're already helping me do that, and it's greatly, greatly appreciated. So, nothing's wrong with having faith in yourself, right? Nothing is wrong with having faith in yourself. And for whatever it's worth, Zach, I have faith in you too. And I hope that whatever it is you're searching for in life, you are able to find it. I'm trying to work with people. I mean, being on YouTube, it's actually a really interesting kind of experience in terms of what it means and how you are or are not working with people, right? Like it's fascinating to think about that, right? Like all the people on this stream, am I working with you? I'm working with myself. Online space is really fascinating in that sense. It creates these kind of really interesting, almost parasocial relationships, which, I do think one of the issues that we have within Freemasonry and one of the reasons why it's struggling is because people started to replace the in-person relationships they had through the Masonic Lodge with kind of parasocial relationships they developed with celebrity through television shows. And so for me, what my hope is people can take the kind of relationship they have with Square Compass Promotions and YouTube and apply it to, leave the house and join a Masonic Lodge or the Moose or the Elk. Just, use this as a motivation to rejoin civic or civil society. Thank you, Rix Mace. That is very, very kind of you. And I see it looks like it's a pound symbol. So is that 2 pounds as in, looks like it's United Kingdom. Having just come from the United Kingdom about a month ago, that is incredibly kind of you, helping out the channel big time. And it may not seem like a lot, but it is because when there's a super chat, even if it's for 99 cents, it absolutely helps the channel because YouTube sees that and thinks, hey, I should share this channel with others because people find it interesting. I'm not going to fall for that, Queasy, but you should hit the like and subscribe button. Dr. Chill, I'm keeping well. Thank you for being here. I hope that you are keeping well also. Um, we're going to keep giving it a bit more time. This stream is going for 5 hours. So about 40 minutes. Then we've got the first 2 hour break. Time to rest my voice. When we come back, one thing I plan to talk about is the ancients and the moderns. And if you don't know what that is, you're going to learn starting at 9 p.m. That was the great factional fight within Freemasonry um, between two factions of at the time, the premier Grand Lodge of England. Stabworthy, I have almost no snow outside. It's crazy how little snow I've got. But I know my dad got stuck with two snowstorms back to back. But we're doing pretty snow light at the moment. Thank you, Bill Feldon. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Yes, he was saying he's got a channel and he's getting close to the 4,000 mark. So everybody, I appreciate you being here. The 8 of you that are currently watching, I think we've had about 1,000 views. If you get the chance, though, take a moment, go to at RIXMACE, subscribe, watch his stuff, comment on his stuff, share his stuff, engage with his stuff. It's not just, as Rick's Mace will tell you, it's not just about watching, although that's a huge help, believe me. It's about the interactions, the comments, the likes, the subscribes, all that good jazz. Yes, Tech Masher, I've got a big nose. Hit the like and subscribe button. And, do a super chat, all that good jazz. Yeah. What do you find you get in terms of interactions, Ricks? Like, do you get a lot of comments on your videos? Do you get a lot of the likes? What do you find is the engagement like in terms of the interactions? Because I find that's one of the biggest challenges is getting people not just to watch the content, but actually leave a comment, share, all that good jazz. And that's honestly, there is without question a major what's the word? A major metaphor with that and Freemasonry. Because when it comes to Freemasonry, one of the biggest mistakes I think we made in the Masonic context was for years and years, our attitude was, so long as we have a lot of members, that's the most important thing. And you could argue members are like subscribers. It's great to have a lot and it's great to have a big number. But if you have a subscriber that never watches your content, that never interacts with your content, it's really not going to help you out that much. You don't just need subscribers. You need people to subscribe. You need them to take part, to engage, to show up, to watch. You need them to have some type of relationship with the channel. And Freemasonry is the exact same way. I don't, a lodge that has 5,000 members, but 20 people showing up for your typical meeting is not as strong and not as successful as a lodge with 15 members, but you have 10 showing up regularly, right? Because interaction, engagement, a relationship, that is what is going to push your Masonic Lodge to be successful long term. In the same way as a YouTube channel, it's not the number of subscribers, it's the number of people showing up, watching, and taking part. I usually just do lives. Hey, still good for you. You've been on for 10 years. So good on you. I mean, it just takes time, right? And if you're consistent, you put in time and effort, who knows? How many times have people been on for years and and thought that they wouldn't make it only to find out just the right video, the right time, the right moment, the right whatever it is, it just hits and the rest is the rest. Like if you look at Mr. Beast's, obviously everybody knows Mr. Beast, subscriber count year by year. In 2012, he had 22 subscribers. In 2013, he had 612 subscribers. 2014, 1,600, 2015, 15,000. So the point is, he went from 22 to 612 to 1,600 to 15,000. So it just takes time. Yeah, and also my biggest challenge and Rick's Mace, it's different for you, I think, based on your content and kind of your goal. The biggest challenge I have is trying to actually figure out what I want my audience, like what the audience is, where I'm focused on, because you know, there's two options with the channel about Freemasonry, basically. There's focusing on audience members who are already Freemasons, but are trying to grow their Masonic, like grow in Freemasonry. They want to learn more about Freemasonry. They want to learn how they can get more out of Freemasonry. They want to learn or talk about how they can grow their Masonic lodge, best Masonic practices, whatever it is. They want to learn about all of that type of stuff. How they can get, let's say, a cornerstone. And even within the audience of that, right, there's segments. So, for example, do I talk about Freemasonry, but primarily from an Ontario perspective? In which case, that's going to be of big interest to Ontario Freemasons, but not so much for Masons outside of Ontario, right? Or, the American Masonic experience, the Canadian Masonic experience, whatever it might be. Or do I do topics that will be of interest to non-Masons, so the general public? Because they're going to have very different questions about Freemasonry. They're going to have very different interests. They're going to want to talk about things very different than an established Mason. So trying to balance out my audience and who I'm trying to attract, that is still something I'm struggling with quite a bit, but we're working on it. We are absolutely working on it. So, and yeah, it just takes time. But it's kind of like Freemasonry, right? Or kind of like stone masonry. You're not going to, um, you're not going to build the temple. Oops, sorry about that, guys. You're not going to build the temple overnight. It's going to take you a little bit of time, which is okay. Adam Nichols, not a Mason, but my family is. Okay, and that's another. First of all, Adam, welcome. Thank you for being here. I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. That's another great example, Adam. Just what you said. Um, the audience of somebody who is not a Mason themselves, but has family members who are Freemasons, may also have very different questions and interests and want to get something very different out of the stream. So yeah, I don't think the world started hating on Xmas. What I tend to say, for whatever it's worth, is I tend to say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and all the best for 2026. That's my usual go-to. And I try to say it in both English and French if I can help it. So there you go. Adam, let me know where you're from, if you've been on the stream before, and how you are doing. We're going to give it a bit more time, which, as always, waiting to see who else joins. But 3,102 subscribers is awesome. Thank you so much to everybody who helped to make that possible. 1,121 1,121 views all together. Greatly appreciated. I really loved talking about my trip to Bogotá, Colombia. When I come back, ancients versus moderns. We're just going to give it a bit of time. Right now, we're at the point where we're just waiting to see who jumps in the chat, who says hello, and what it is that they want to talk about. I'm not seeing anybody else popping in the chat. We're kind of at the Ask Us Anything phase or section of this, but let's give it a bit of time. Let's see who joins. Thank you, Kevin. I appreciate everybody who's here and who, jumps in the chat and asks questions. If you weren't here, I wouldn't have anything to talk about. So I greatly appreciate that. But for the time being, we're just going to wait to see who else jumps in the chat to say hello. Once we get to the 5-hour mark, I will be taking my first break, couple-hour break. Then I'll be back on at 9. I'm going to talk about the ancients versus the moderns. I do not know who Fedor, I can't even pronounce that, but I'm going to assume it's an incredibly handsome fella, and in which case, thank you so much. Well, I will take it. In that case, he is definitely a handsome fellow. Because are you crazy? If you think I'm going to say a UFC fighter is anything other than the most handsome, you have lost your mind. Interesting weekend for fighting, that's for sure. You had, what's his name? Jake Paul lose, and you had who's the other one? Andrew Tate, both lose. So both I think lost pretty, from what I understand, I didn't watch the fights. Both looked pretty like they lost pretty convincingly or definitively. Okay, I guess I do look like him a little bit. I'll take it. Yes, Fedor, you are a very, very handsome fellow indeed. I mean, I'm no fan of Tate. And in fact, I think one of the biggest problems, or not problems, what's the word I'm looking for, is one of the if Freemasonry was actually a relevant force in the world the way it had been in if Freemasonry was as relevant and as ubiquitous and as important in 2025 as it was in 1925, men like men gurus like Andrew Tate would not exist, um, or at least would not have the influence, the relevance, or the power that they have today that they would otherwise. I think, unfortunately, as not just Freemasonry, but as civic groups and as civic engagement has declined around the world, young men have been left looking for a new space or new philosophies or new leadership. And unfortunately, I think many of them have found it with Andrew Tate, which is unfortunate, but it is what it is, you know? I don't hate Andrew Tate. I try not to hate anybody as a rule, but I think he has been a very unfortunate influence on young men. I also think the same thing is true of like the Jordan Petersons, the Joe Rogans. It's one of those things where when you don't have Freemasonry or civic engagement, um, it leaves a vacuum and it leaves a space for some of these, I don't know what to call them, quasi intellectuals, kind of. Oops. Sorry about that, guys. There we go. Quasi intellectuals. But to my understanding, I think from like a kickboxing perspective, I always thought Tate was a decent, not great, but a decent kickboxer. Um, Having said that, yeah, I would hope men who are struggling and looking for something positive in their lives don't listen to Andrew Tate. Knock on the door of your local Masonic lodge and ask if you can join them. Dill Gaff, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Todd Wilson says hi. Hello to both of you. I hope you're doing well. The stream goes good. This stream is going to be ending in about 20 minutes. Then I'm going to be taking a 2-hour break. Then I'll have a new stream around 9 p.m. What is a Masonic Lodge? A Masonic Lodge references the group, the people. So the way I always try to describe it is a Masonic Lodge is a group of Freemasons. The Masonic temple or the building is where they meet. So saying I am a member of Windsor Lodge 403 and I meet at the Windsor Masonic Temple is like saying I play for the Detroit Lions at Ford Field. The lodge is the team, it's the group. A lodge can meet in different areas, in different locations, so long as it has permission. The building is the constant. It stays the same. I wish society wouldn't have the ambitions for infamy. You're not wrong. I think, unfortunately, we within society have confused fame and infamy, or we've confused being famous and being infamous. For a lot of people, to them, the most important thing is just getting the attention. Um, and they don't really care how they get it or why they get it. I think that's unfortunate. Um, you know, again, I think there's a lesson within Freemasonry there, which is the emphasis and the importance on not necessarily being known. You don't need to be famous or infamous. You just have to try to do good things and be good to those around you and try to be true to your word, try to be a good man, however it is you can, and let the rest be the rest, which I think is the right approach. Um, just ate a Windsor pizza. Yes, for everybody watching this, if you don't know, Windsor pizza is absolutely the best. The big debate is always like New York or Chicago pizza. Um, sometimes Detroit gets thrown into the mix, but the truth is sometimes Los Angeles gets thrown into the mix, but the best pizza is Windsor pizza. Well, it's the old quote, dill, right? Which is it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice, right? I think that is the most important thing. Um, Montreal, I've never heard of what makes Montreal pizza great. I never heard that Montreal pizza is known for or sorry, I've never known that Montreal is known for having great pizza. But I've been to Montreal twice. I love Montreal. It's a great city, great people, but great Masonic building. I sadly did not get to see the inside of it. I wish I did. I got to see the facade though. The Grand Lodge in Montreal is absolutely beautiful. So, what type of toppings? Well, yeah, Montreal is definitely known for poutine. What type of toppings do they put on it, Dream Seeker? Here's a big question, Dream Seeker. What is your favorite Masonic topping? I'm not from Windsor, Uncle 7075, but I was born in Winnipeg, but I've lived in Windsor since 2006. And I love it. I think Windsor is an absolutely incredible country. Um, Incredible country. I think Windsor is an incredible city. I've said it before, but there's kind of four places in the world that kind of made me who I am, or that I consider to be part of the foundation of what it is to be Cameron. There's Windsor, Winnipeg, Ottawa, and Chicago slash Glenview. I grew up in Winnipeg and I love it. It's one of those cities where growing up in Winnipeg initially I don't think I appreciated it as much as I should because I grew up there. And so obviously if you're growing up there it's like you don't know what you've got till it's gone. I never really appreciated what a great city it was until I moved away and started to go back to visit my family. But I grew up there, Fort White Nature Center. I loved it, and looking back, I don't think I appreciated how good I had it while I was there. Um, Ottawa is the first place I moved when I left home. I lived in Ottawa for 2 years straight, and then returned for several summers. It's kind of the first place I felt free or felt freedoms. The first place I kind of felt almost like an adult. I was still young when I moved there, so not quite an adult, but almost like an adult. It's certainly the place where I felt like I was on my own for the first time, and whatever that means to be on your own. Um, and it's where I got interested in politics. It's probably where I first got interested in architecture to a certain extent, and it's where I fell in love with a lot of different parts of myself. It's where I got to flex all the muscles metaphorically that I didn't flex while living at home. I remember the first place I moved was it was basically a boarding house. I rented a room with, I had a room, we had a shared bathroom. There was like 10 people living there. It was really cool. Then I lived in Hogsback, and then I lived in Barhaven, if you've ever been there. And then I used to visit weekends all the time. I worked in the office of the Prime Minister while I was there. It's just a really, really cool place, and a really great city. Um, then I moved to Windsor. I lived downtown. Uncle, if you grew up in Windsor, you probably know about, I live on Riverside. I can see Detroit from right across the river. It's an awesome city. Doesn't get near the respect it deserves. Aside from having great pizza, it's super centrally located. right? Detroit is right there. It's like 9 hours from New York, 9 hours from Ottawa, 4 hours from Toronto, 4 hours from Chicago. You've got the border, really not expensive, great people. It's just a good city that doesn't get the respect it deserves. And then Chicago, I just love Chicago. Um, well, this is a Mason. I wouldn't say Mason promo. This is about promoting the ways Freemasonry was and is relevant to the communities in which it's located. Having said that, I also love talking with people on the stream about whatever they want to talk about and chatting and hanging out. In some ways, this is about me trying to create a relationship with the people watching me, my audience, and thanking them all for being here. So it's both. But if you want to talk specifically about Freemasonry, if you have any questions, person, let me know. Yes, based on what I recall, Mozart was a Freemason. Um, well, Uncle, you probably remember then the Windsor Masonic Temple. That's my home Masonic temple. Um, I spend most of my time there. Um, I love the Windsor Masonic Temple. It's a beautiful place. So if you lived in Windsor, you probably passed by it dozens of times. Everybody does. It's on Olette, kind of the main street in Windsor. Actually, I know a lot of Washington Freemasons. Most worshipful Grandmaster Cameron Bailey. You know he must be a really cool dude and a really handsome fella because his first name is Cameron. He has been on my channel a bunch, and he's a really cool dude. He helped me invite me down to Puerto Vallarta, Mexico a few times, which I loved being there. He's a really cool dude. Washington State has a lot of Masons. Seattle, especially, I understand, has a fair number. Never been there, and I'm very sad to say. I wish I had visited it. And I mean, don't get me wrong. I know it's not going anywhere. So I definitely plan to make my way to Washington State at some point. Um, I've lived everywhere. Awesome dream seeker. I'm very glad you're in Windsor now, but wherever it is you live, those are all great places. I actually really liked Sudbury and I liked Hammer. I got some really good memories in Hamilton. Um, I mean, I really like the way you put that, person. By the way, if you're not done so, please hit like and subscribe. Yeah, Freemasonry is not for everybody, and there's nothing wrong with that. Loving Freemasonry is like loving your favorite song. Like, my favorite song in the world is Simple Man by Leonard Skinner. It's very possible, absolutely, that, you and I may listen to that song. I love it. It doesn't call to you. That's perfectly fine. Different people have different interests, different likes. Like at the end of the day, why do you like the thing you like? Why does the thing that calls to you call to you? Um, it's a personal thing. And so if you don't feel like Freemasonry calls to you, that's perfectly fine. You will find the thing that calls to you, I'm sure. And once you do, I hope that you run with it, whatever that might be. Babel memes. That's a really good question. There's two possibilities, um, and people debate which it is. Either, so the two possibilities are Freemasonry is called Freemasonry in reference to free stone. So freestone was a type of limestone that was very loose, and it was so loose you could pull it free with your hands from the quarries. You didn't need to like excavate it out the way you would normally mine things. Um, and so it was called freestone. And Freemasons were a particular type of stonemason that was particularly skilled. And as a consequence of that skill, they could work with that stone. So it was a type of mason that could work with free stone, and Freemason came to be known as a particularly skilled craftsman, and eventually it was adopted by the speculative branch or the fraternal branch of Freemasonry. Um, the other description or explanation is that Freemasonry um, references the idea of being free to travel. free to travel around, back in the Middle Ages, it meant free to travel around Europe, around Asia, and to apply your craft to different job sites, be it in the United Kingdom, France, Spain, wherever it was. You were free to travel and try to earn a living as a stonemason, basically around the world. And so it's this idea about being free, as in free to travel. If you're a mason or you're a fellow craft, you are kind of stuck in one location. You have to work on a particular job site that, your boss or the master builder is working at. But when you're a Freemason, you can leave and go to different job sites, and you're almost like an independent contractor or a journeyman at that point. Person, that's a really good question. Well, so everybody uses the term Freemasons, right? That is just a term everybody uses. There's two versions. And when I say two versions, it's all the same thing, but some use the term free and accepted Masons. Some use the term accepted Freemasons. So what you hear often is AF and AM, ancient, free, and accepted Masons, or F and AM, free and accepted Masons. And that actually, we're going to talk about that around 9 p.m. If you join again, person, we'll be back on streaming 9 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to actually go into more detail. But the simple answer is the initial body that was responsible for creating Masonic lodges officially, legally, the proper way, was the Grand Lodge of England. And eventually, two groups within the Grand Lodge of England got into a dispute. It was called the Ancients and the Moderns, and split apart. And, they split into the two groups, the Ancients on one side, the Moderns, the other group. And each of these started to charter or create Masonic lodges around the world. And if I always get this mixed up, so don't quote me on this, but if you were chartered or created under the Ancients, you were called the free and accepted Masonic Lodge. If you were chartered under the Moderns, you were called the ancient, free, and accepted lodges, AF and AM. So, for example, my lodge, it's AF and AM because we were initially created under the auspices of that particular Grand Lodge. Arizona, it's F and AM because they were chartered under the different body. But in 1813, the Ancients and the Moderns got together, formed the United Grand Lodge of England, and those distinctions ceased to matter. So whether you are free and accepted or ancient free and ancient accepted Masons, either way, thank you, John. That's incredibly kind of you. If they're there and if they let you in, you have to ask permission. You can use my washroom if you can get here, but I'm going to be finishing this stream soon. So really, you kind of learn these things as you go, but whether you use the term Freemason, Mason, speculative Mason, ancient free and accepted Mason, free and accepted Mason, really it all means the same thing. The way I would say you want to think about it with this stuff, person, is imagine like if Freemasonry ever does call to you and you become one. I always tell new guys, think about joining Freemasonry like moving to a new town. At first, you know nothing, or you know very little about the new town, and so you're going to spend all your time asking questions, talking to people. You're going to be kind of lost. But over time, if you just pay attention, keep your eyes open, and keep on watching, sooner or later, you're going to learn things. You're going to learn the subway routes. You're going to learn how to get around. And suddenly, instead of you being the one asking people for directions and asking people for help, They're gonna, people are gonna come up to you and ask you for directions and ask you for how to get around. And that's the same thing. When you first join, you have no idea why some people are called AF and AM and others are called F and AM. But if you just keep hanging out, paying attention, talking to people, sooner or later, you're going to discover those things and you're going to discover that you know those things. And by the exact same token, um, people are going to start coming up to you and asking you for advice. Will you be addressing the allegations? Yes, pomegranates. I am, it has been alleged that I am the most handsome man on the planet, and I am proud to say the allegations are true. It's the little things, FK the Freemasons. Well, first hit like and subscribe. I know a bunch of 33rd degree Masons walking in the glory. I know a ton of 33rd Masons. I've been a Freemason for 20 years. I've traveled all around the world. And in that time, I've been honored to meet a ton of 33rd degree Masons. However, I don't consider meeting a 33rd degree Mason any more or less an honor than meeting an entered apprentice Mason, or meeting a fellow craft, or meeting a York Rite Mason, right? It's about the man. The man makes the title. The title doesn't make the man, right? Same thing with an apron. The apron doesn't make the man. The man makes the apron. What that means is, and this is kind of going on to guarding the West Gate, you can put a Masonic apron on, not a very good person. The apron isn't going to make him a good person. He either is or he isn't. In the same way, being a 33rd doesn't automatically mean you're a good person. You be the good person first, and the title, if you want, can help reinforce that. But the apron doesn't make the man. The man makes the apron. Iran is incorrect. Person, man. That's what I have to say about that. I mean, I understand that in Iran, it's more of a government position that the Freemasons worship the devil, I guess, or at least I understand the Iranian government has outlawed Freemasonry, but there are many people around the world who believe that Freemasons worship the devil, which we don't. Freemasonry is not a religion. We do not worship any figure. Every Freemason worships based on his or her understanding of the Supreme Being and what the Supreme Being is. So, for example, when Babel Memes says, do Freemasons celebrate Christmas? Depends on the Mason. We have many Christian Freemasons who celebrate Christmas. We have many Jewish and Muslim Freemasons who don't. So it just depends on the Mason's personal religious beliefs, and familial beliefs, and et cetera, et cetera. It's not like Freemasonry is not a religion which has which has its own holidays or doesn't celebrate Christmas. There are 850,000 Freemasons in the States. How many of them celebrate Christmas? You'd have to ask, all of them. My suspicion is, at least culturally, most would, whether they are Christian or not. If they live in America and they're, let's say, non-denominational, they probably do something to recognize Christmas in some way. There are women Freemasons. There are not women Freemasons now. There have been women Freemasons since before women had the right to vote, in England and Ontario. It's unfortunate. For a long time, we in Freemasonry had a very bad habit of ignoring the Order of Women Freemasons, and even co-Freemasonry to a certain extent, because they're considered irregular. But they are very important parts of the Masonic family, especially in the United Grand Lodge of England. So the Order of Women Freemasons, it's the sorority side of the craft. There's also co-Masonry, which is primarily in France, which is for men and women. There's also Eastern Star, which is a Masonic body. Historically, it was open exclusively to women who were related to Freemasons in some way, mothers, daughters, wives, sisters. Now it tends to be open to anybody who wants to join, any woman who wants to join. That's a really good question, Dream Seeker. I don't think I did because I grew up with it. So my dad was a Freemason. So I always kind of knew basically what it was about. There were things I didn't know, but those things I didn't know, I didn't have any preconceived notions of them. I just assumed. So I like, for example, I didn't know what the first degree would be like, but I didn't have any preconceived notions. I just went into it kind of figuring like whatever happens, happens. The basic gist of what it is and what they do, I already had a pretty decent idea of that. What I'd say though is when it comes to that, that's the best way to do it, I think. If you're joining Freemasonry, don't go into it with any preconceived notions because you're almost inevitably going to be disappointed. If you're expecting one thing to happen and it doesn't, or even if you're not disappointed, if you're going into being a Freemason with all these preconceived ideas about what you expect to happen, you're going to have a very hard time being present in the degree because so much of what you're seeing is going to be based on like, oh, I thought this was supposed to happen. I thought that was supposed to happen. And so you're going to have a very hard time being present because you're always going to be thinking about what you think should happen. I don't know what the MIB is, the Men in Black. Well, Dan, I will stop taking your Men in Black business if you hit the like button and the subscribe button. I would say the biggest misconception that exists outside of just in general is the idea that there's a single governing body that controls all of Freemasonry, like throughout the globe, which is not the case. There's jurisdictions and they have authority within their jurisdiction. All right, guys, this has been an awesome stream. I'm going to be taking my first break because we've been doing this for 5 hours. I will be back in 2 hours. I look forward to seeing you all then. All right, guys, talk to you later. Bye. And Dream Seeker, I'll try to think about that question, and in the next 2 hours, I'll try to think about the misconceptions. I'm a weirdo. Freemasons aren't weird, but I'm weird. But I'm also handsome and cool, so it balances itself out. Please hit like and subscribe.